Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáháme!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem. Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
On attaque contre
An
le
attack
nord
on one of
et on
us
attaque
is an
contre
attack
l'autre.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte.
Tak přísáhne!
I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem. Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
On attaque contre
An
une
attack
marque
on one of
et on
us
attaque
is an
contre
attack
l'autre.
on all of us.
Somos soldados,
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Dámy a pánové,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We're about to start in about 1 minute, so if I could ask you to take your seats.
tak ještě jednou dobré dopoledne.
Good morning, dear Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Ministers, Excellencies, Senators, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you most cordially to the 12th edition of the annual conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted. The conference is being held under the auspices of the President of the Republic, Petr Pavel, Prime Minister Petr Fiala, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior Vít Rakušan, Minister of Foreign Affairs Jan Lipavský, and Minister of Defense Jana Černochová. This is the 12th edition of the conference. The number 12 is a symbol of completeness. We have 12 months in the year, 12 hours, 12 signs of the zodiac. There's a popular Czech fairy tale called 12 months. There are 12 apostles, 12 knights of King Arthur, and even 12 stars on the EU flag. And at the same time, I would like to point out that for 1/4 of the 12-year period of this conference, the Russian aggression against Ukraine has been taking place, having entered its 4th year less than a year ago. And I'm glad that we will have a Ukrainian delegation here led by the advisor to the Ukrainian President Alexander Kamyshny. And when I look around this hall of Prague Castle, the ball hall of Prague Castle, I'm glad that we don't see only representatives of the security sector here, but also experts from a whole range of other fields. And this is very reassuring because our security is not only taken for granted, but more importantly, it is not just about the security forces, but also about other areas. And the 12th edition of the conference will focus on the financing of increased defense spending, the continuing trend of linking internal and external security, and the role of the domestic defense industry. A traditional highlight of this event will be the political panel featuring senior representatives of all 7 political entities represented in the House of Representatives. And this panel will be preceded by remarks from President Zelensky's advisor, Alexander Kamyshin, and Czech President Petr Pavel. Please allow me to make 2 brief remarks. Increasing defense spending is necessary and is an important society-wide issue. And I would like to thank the government for this important step. At the same time, we need to emphasize that it is crucial to continue building the entire security sector and the resilience of the entire society, because only the percentage that we put on defense spending is not enough to provide for our security. Furthermore, key and irreplaceable for our security is the Atlantic link. The United States has helped Europe repeatedly since the opening of the second front at Normandy to solve Europe's security problems, and it would be very short-sighted to forget about it. And, by way of conclusion, let me thank all the partners that are crucial for organizing this conference. So the general partner, Czechoslovak Group and Tatra, Then we thank for the main support to the Ministry of Defense of the Czech Republic, as well as the main partners, BAE Systems, Colt, CZ Group, Lockheed Martin, Cellier and Bellot, and Zaveta Ammunition. The event was also supported by Aerovodochody, Aircraft Industries, and ERA, Messit, and Omnipol. And a partner of the traditional toast at the end of the event is Race Service. And we would also like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for their support. And media partners are CZ Defense and NATO Actor website. And my last remark is that the domestic defense industry is also in focus in this edition. And I would like to emphasize that this year marks the 200th anniversary of the founding of Cellier and Bellot, one of the oldest and most important manufacturers of small caliber ammunition in the world. Also 110 years of LOM and 30 years anniversary of the general partner CSG. And I would like to thank all of them, including everyone else in the defense industry, to have long and sturdy tradition. So please allow me to say that I hope that the 12th edition of this conference will give you dozens of ideas to discuss. And now I would like to pass the floor to Prime Minister Fiala.
Dobrý den, dámy a pánové, vážený pane předsedo, vážení.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from the government, dear state officials, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to another edition of this annual conference. I think I participated in all of them. Certainly the first one, so 12 years, is a very good tradition. Mr. Chairman Pavlacek said about the associations with the number 12. I was thinking about my associations with number 12, perhaps one. I think that if my government were 12 years old, our country would be flourishing and our security would almost be for granted. But of course, it is not only up to me, it is up to our people and how they decide in the next elections. Either way, I am glad that this conference has become a prestigious platform for discussing security topics, which is evidenced by the participation of very prestigious personalities, not only from security forces, but also economists and from other fields, from the defense industry and so on. We live in turbulent times, and every morning we wake up with maybe fears or concerns or expectations about what's happening again. And these turbulent and dynamic times are also the times that we lived in over the past few years. Past few years that have seen turbulent events. Russia tried to steal away another part of another's territory. Russia attacked Ukraine. Many conventions were broken down. Many taboos were broken down. Russian missiles were killing schools, civilians, theaters, shopping malls. Even North Korea is engaged in the conflict. 18 months ago, Hamas attacked Israel, the state of Israel, and we watched the atrocities committed by Palestinian criminals. And another fresh experience, the U.S. administration decided to go in a different direction and let Europe know that Europe needs to rely more on itself. And let's face it, if we do not do so, the transatlantic cooperation will be endangered, if not becoming lame at all or paralyzed. And after each such moment, We could hear time and again that we need to learn to live in a new world. But that's not true. The world has not changed in its nature. It is just as dangerous as it was, and it is still governed by the same principles. No, we do not live in a different world. We do not live under different conditions. But perhaps we could say that under the pressure of external circumstances, we learned to perceive the reality in a new way. Reality which many in Europe, reality which many countries in Europe refused to admit. And after years of neglecting our own defense, after years of under-evaluating or refusing to admit the Russian threat, only those can succeed who take good care of their defense and their security. But what does it mean for the Czech Republic and Europe? First of all, we need to invest more in our own security, because this is the only way to deter our adversaries. Second of all, we need to have a good overview of what's going on around us. But at the same time, we need to have our internal security under control, be it irregular migration, trust in our state authorities, or resilience towards hybrid warfare. And third of all, we need to get rid of red tape, the bureaucratic burden that is slowing down our economy. We need to build economy in which companies are not afraid to invest and where they face no barriers to adapt to the global development. All these three objectives, defense, internal security or domestic security, and strong economy, needs to be strived for in a way as if we could not rely on anyone else. We need to be courageous, we need to be brave. And please allow me to discuss each of these points in greater detail. So, first of all, defense. When it comes to defense, my government stopped only talking and started acting. After 20 years, we finally fulfilled the pledge of 2% GDP defense spending. And this year, we invested 154 million Czech crowns, and a bulk of them into security. And we invest in an unprecedented way into the modernization of our army. We built Leopards, new choppers, new helicopters, L-39 aircraft, and many, many other military equipment. And we try to make sure that the defense spending will increase to 3% gradually by 2030. So we will have an increase by 0.2% of GDP each year. And this is a logical reaction to what's going on, and a logical reaction to what the entire free world has come to realize. 4 years ago, only 10 NATO countries invested 2% into their defense. Last year, it was over 20 countries, and perhaps in the Hague summit, this DIP pledge or the defense investment pledge might be even increased. And it makes sense. It actually makes perfect sense, because Russia invests in its military capacities 1/3 of its budget, over 6% of GDP. The US president talks about 5% of GDP, so significant increase from the current 3 or 3.5%. And it would be very naive to think that this trend could turn around, that the defense spending could reduce by half again, just like some of the some of the opposition members think. But it is not enough what we do here in the Czech Republic. Of course, we have clear plans, we make clear decisions, but it's not enough. We need for the entire Europe to wake up. During one of the past EU Council meetings, we agreed on several things, including joint investments in defense, support to defense industry, which will be discussed further on in the weeks to come. But we need to invest in defense industry together. These investments are not only about security, which of course is a priority, but they will also create new jobs. So they will have an added value for our economies and for the Czech economy. This could represent a huge opportunity. We have many companies in the Czech Republic which are competitive players in the defense market, companies that are very active and successful abroad. And we have to tap into their unused potential in the Czech Republic as well. There is also a cooperation between EU member states which are willing to take specific steps in the area of security, and I'm glad that the Czech Republic has been playing an active role right from the beginning in this coalition of the willing, so to say. So we are very active in this coalition of the willing, which is led by the British Prime Minister Starmer and the French President Macron.
And the leading role of these countries in this unprecedented and critical role is natural, and it's also practical. These are permanent members of the Security Council and also European countries with nuclear weapons, and that plays an important role. That matters because now it is important for the leadership to be taken over by countries that are strong in reality. But the coalition of the willing is broad. It associates countries that want to have strong Europe, but they also support international order, and countries that actually realize that the development in Ukraine has a huge impact on all of us. I would like to remind you that last Saturday, a couple of days ago, at the conference that I participated in, that was organized by the British Prime Minister Starmer, was also attended by Australia or New Zealand and also Canada. So the awareness of how the development of the situation in Ukraine impacts the whole world order is not only awareness taken by the European countries, but also by other players. And this is of principal importance when looking for the solution. We used to say that peace could be only achieved if Ukraine agrees on the terms, and it's good that negotiations has started. It's good that Ukraine is taking part in them. It's good that the US is involved. There is a chance to achieve peace. And in the last days and steps, it is quite obvious who is truly interested in achieving peace and who is not. But we'll see what the future development in the days to come and weeks to come will bring. However, if we are to stay a secure and stable part of the world, military power is not enough. The truth is that our security starts here at home and depends on the stability of our society, and the risks for not only the Czech society but also other European societies includes illegal migration. Despite new measures that we have agreed among European countries are able to deport only a small proportion of people who are not entitled to asylum. That's why we propose a comprehensive proposal of a new piece of legislation that makes the rules for asylum procedure and deportation even stricter, similarly to countries such as Poland, Austria or Finland. And the objective is to deter migrants from either coming to the Czech Republic or transiting through our territory. So we limit repeated asylum application. We also check all the applications in European-wide databases, but at the same time the Czech Republic is open to those who really need help, but we close the door to those who abuse our system, and this is the approach that should be taken by all Europeans. I always participate in the negotiations of countries that believe that fighting illegal migration is of great importance and want to go even further than the Migration Pact. And we need to keep in mind that external security is closely linked to internal security and that Europe will not be secure if we do not manage to tackle this issue. The third thing is economy. This is the third area where we really need to prepare better for the future. Many Europeans dream that right now we can massively invest into defense, but at the same time we can weaken our competitiveness by very fast decarbonization. But this is an illusion that turns out to be true these days quite fully. We have to prioritize those things that will keep us alive, and it's important for Europe to start acting based on a different logic than so far. The European Union historically was established as a space for where there was regulation and harmonization, and I don't mean it as a criticism. It made sense, and that made Europe stronger. But now we have to turn the steering wheel by almost 180 degrees, because nowadays regulation is making us weaker and slowing us down. It's important to actually focus on other values such as scientific patents, the number of startups, innovations, or modern aircraft. Why we have to start thinking about different measures? Because our enemies will not wait for us to complete the green transformation. And our experience is quite clear, and it's an illusion not to see the reality, not to accept it. Russia will not stop. And if somebody will tell me that Russia will stop, then it would be the same lie as 2014. And what do we know? That it takes about 4 to 6 years for Russia to get ready after one war to the next one. 4 to 6 years. And this is the time that we have. This is the time for us to change and to start acting. And this is also a measure that will define the future of Europe. And we cannot become moral winners, proud of our defeat. We have to win. We have to win, taking it into account all the aspects of this world. Some people believe still today that you can achieve peace by just mere negotiation with Kremlin. Of course, they are wrong. Democracy is important, yes, and diplomacy is also important, and I am the last person to doubt it. But diplomacy without supporting economic and military arguments is not going to work. Those who want to negotiate need to have something in their hands, something that they can use in order to deter, something that represents power and strength. And building a security architecture in Europe and based on the trust with respect to Russia makes no sense until Russia stops stealing foreign lands. And it doesn't make sense until the same words will have the same meaning in Moscow, Kiev, Prague, Berlin, Paris, or Brussels. And now it is not the case, and I don't see it in the nearest future. That's why we just need to pull up or take the strengths that we have and to invest into our strength and power. But we have to fulfill yet another condition. Everything I have talked about so far will only work if we manage to reach an agreement that will last for years to come. And this might be the biggest challenge that we face today. While the opposition is saying today that further investment into defense is something that we can't afford, or that we might have money and we don't have anything to buy for it, although they said something different in the past. No, we have to act. It's easy to just be theoretical, but we need to be responsible, and it costs money. But if we resign on being responsible, it will cost us even more. Ladies and gentlemen, I still want to believe that what distinguishes my government from the opposition are not the basic fundamental values and principles, but only the willingness to risk it in the pre-election fight. And that's why I still hope and believe that at the end of the day we will reach the fundamental agreement, as this is something that our electorate is expecting from us, from both the government and the opposition parties. I'm glad that we managed to find our common position among 5 government as well as opposition political parties. We adopted a declaration on strengthening our security altogether, and I would like to use this opportunity and thank all those political parties who joined in and signed the declaration. It's important for the future of this country in order to have any future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have already spoken at this conference several times. I participated in the very first year of this conference, and with every next year when we meet, it's quite clearer and clearer that our security cannot be taken for granted, but also that it's very fragile, and that it depends on whether we are willing to take care of it, whether we are willing to invest in it. And every single person can check that neither me nor members of my government today are not saying things that we used to say a couple of years ago. We do not change our opinions or our policy. I always believed in Western values and the need to defend ourselves, and I always said that a realistic peace is not for free. We live in a world that is dangerous, and we will only succeed if we are ready. And it depends, or it is up to each of us if we do something, not by words, but if we really take action. What we are going through, it could be the end of Europe as we've known it, the end of Europe if we do not manage to respond on time. And it could be also a catharsis, and I believe in that together with my government, and this is why we are going to act accordingly. Thank you for your attention.
Děkujeme za úvodní vystoupení pana.
Thank you very much for your speech. And now I would like to invite the Minister of Interiors. And before that, I would like to welcome here our Ukrainian delegation led by Alexander Kamyshin and also Herman Smetanin, Minister of Strategic Development. The floor is yours, Minister.
Vážený pane premiére,
Dear Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, dear Chairman, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I did not attend the first year of this conference, but I've been attended this conference for 10 years. We've been coming here to these beautiful premises of Prague Castle, and already 10 years ago we listened to the fact that our security cannot be taken for granted. We listened to words of many visionaries who pointed out that the illusion of security is a pure illusion and that the world is perhaps not developing in the same way as we would wish. We listened to these words, we understood them, and then when we left, nothing stayed in us. We really lived in a world that seemed to be secure, because at that time there was no the worst conventional war since the end of World War II. In a couple of thousands of kilometers away from us, there were no mothers with children fleeing to other countries, seeking the opportunity to live their lives freely and in peace. As if we wouldn't listen to those who said in 2014, saying that was just the beginning of the Russian plan and Russian vision. Russia has never stopped thinking about Central Europe countries such as the Czech Republic, Slovakia, as of their sphere of interest. And they never stopped using all imaginable or non-imaginable tools and instruments to make sure that these countries come back to their sphere of interest. So let's keep that in mind. And if Russia promises us long-standing peace, and if Russia looks like they want to end this war, just every step that we make to appease them means that we will motivate Russia to take more and more. Security cannot be taken for granted, but security is not an isolated value. In the Maslow pyramid of needs, it forms its basis, its foundation, and the levels that come next can only come if people feel safe and secure in the society, whether we talk about justice, prosperity, or solidarity. Every single society needs to be, first of all, secure in order for the next values such as freedom and democracy can be built upon the feeling of security and real security of our country. Currently, we face a threat of many countries that are quite happy that the global system built on elemental rules is disintegrating, that the global world based on respect to the rules is in fact non-existent, and it would be a mistake of every single state that respected these rules just to be sad about it and use sad words describing the reality, but not taking any response or specific measures and steps that would once again bring the feeling of security. In the time of hybrid attacks in online and offline world, internal and external security, the old division, is no longer functional. There is nothing like internal and external security. There is only one security. And the link that we have is for us to be able to face complex threats. And it is important. We have to learn how to respond coordinated as a state, the whole society, but also as individuals at the level of our skills and possibilities. And then we have the concept of shared security that is based on that. And I think this is something that we need also here in the Czech Republic as a concept that will also protect us against new threats. Shared security doesn't only mean sharing know-how, good cooperation between states and institutions. It doesn't only mean sharing intelligence information, strengthening of such sharing and cooperation. Shared security means that we also share responsibility, that every single person in the society is able to realize that they are also responsible for the security. Natural disasters, tragedy at the Faculty of Art at Charles University, and all these events, and also the response to the war and the migration crisis, show to us how important the readiness of an individual is important. An individual who feels the reality and who is ready and is able to respond quickly to all sorts of crises. It's personal responsibility and also social cohesion that helps to face all these types of crises and to perhaps move us further on. And development of the concept of shared security secures and strengthens abilities of our citizens with respect to all sorts of crises. And our shared security is based on three pillars. First of all, it's a secure state. Then it's a secured and resilient society, and also responsible citizens. State needs to have a functional system, a strong army, and also functional integrated rescue system, functional police, functional fire brigade, as our citizens have their expectations with respect to these elements, and that's what we need to give them. The primary security and all these elements need to work as one whole that will give you the feeling of security. Resilient society. We need to prepare our citizens to the fact that the world is changing. Right now, we are working at the ministry on the so-called 72 hours concept, a concept of the first 3 days of a crisis situation preparation, when perhaps the state is not able to respond quickly and efficiently, but the citizens know what to do in the first 3 days of a crisis, how to respond, how to behave, how not to panic, and how to help the state by their position, by their behavior. Long term, we also focus on protection of soft targets of our critical infrastructure, preventive programs. We come with a program of safe childhood because the feeling of security, this is something we all want to achieve, starts at our schools. A child has a right to feel safe and secure and happy in their childhood. And this is something that we have to focus on in our preventive programs, because sad statistics tell us that those criminals with guns were in 72% actually bullied and experience difficult childhood. So safe childhood is important.
Aspektem je odolné společnosti.
Another important aspect of resilient society is mutual cooperation, our willingness to help others, the ordinary solidarity among people, as well as volunteering, charity. Let's look at the crisis of past years. If it were not for volunteers at all levels of our state administration, we would not have handled it. So we need to have cooperation between all parts of security forces, be it the military, the police, the fire rescue service, including the National Cybersecurity and Information Center. And we need to also realize that security is not for free. It costs something. And in long term, I am in favor of the Czech Republic increasing its defense spending. It is inevitable. It is necessary. Words will not help us in this world. What helps us is to stand on our own feet, to be good partners, reliable partners to our allies, and to show that we, as the Czech Republic, are able to bear responsibility for our own security. But we also need to increase spending in our internal domestic security. We need to have discussions about the funding of our domestic and internal security as well, so that the gap between the external and internal security is not widening, because the police and all other security forces are also responsible for security and all the related topics, just like the Prime Minister mentioned, for instance, irregular migration. We all have to of course, we all wish for the Schengen area to stay alive, but we still sometimes need to protect our borders. So we need to face hybrid warfare, hybrid threats. And also in our physical space, we need to face risks of sabotages. So internal security needs to be given the same priority as our external security. Because one thing is clear, there is no real division between external and internal security. Our adversaries, our enemies, do not care what types of weapons they use, whether they attack our external security, whether they attack on our borders, or whether they attack inside of our country. This is security cannot be divided. It is just one concept. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to the next edition of this conference, this annual conference, and I hope that one day we will be able to say that that year's edition takes place in the atmosphere of better security than the previous one. Although it may not look like this at this point. But I still hope that next year we will be in a much more secured environment. And I would like to emphasize that we will not be able to provide security to our citizens if we do not share our values and approaches towards security. Thank you for your attention.
Děkuji panu prvnímu vicepremiérovi a ministru vnitra Vítu Rakušanovi za jeho pohled z jeho perspektivy.
Thank you very much for your perspective, Mr. Rakušan. And now I would like to pass the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jan Lipavský.
Vážený pane premiére, vážená paní ministrině, vážený pane
Dear Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be back on the stage of this important conference after yet another year. A year whose last moments have seen history accelerate its course enormously. Changes in the international environment, which usually take years, are now happening in a matter of weeks. Or perhaps they have been coming for quite some time, and it was not until their acceleration that we actually realized their depth. It's a variation on a quote attributed to British Prime Minister Harold Wilson, who says that a week is a long time in politics. And I think that the last year shows us that a week sometimes can be a long time in geopolitics as well. At these watershed moments, it is good to pause for a moment and in the whirlwind of events now amplified by social media, to return to the essentials, to return to the basics, to reflect on what's really important for the state, for our nation, and what can turn out to be not so important, to be fleeting in just a few days. If we reflect on these things, we realize that the fundamental role of the state is to ensure the security of its citizens by all means necessary. And this is the premise that is the cornerstone of everything else. Today, we do not choose between security and prosperity, as sometimes the discussions in society might look, because today's world shows us that without security, there is no prosperity, and prosperity is just an illusion. And of course, security is a necessary condition for the all-round development of country, investment and a healthy economy, and for a dignified life for its citizens. At the same time, we know that the Czech Republic is not an isolated island. It is a medium-sized country in the heart of Europe, and its security is intrinsically linked to the security of the wider region. It stands and falls with whether and how we face our threats, including the biggest threat we are faced now today, which is the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And it is Ukraine which, with our help, has heroically resisted the Russian attack, the Russian effort to destroy its sovereignty and its independence. For the past 3 years, Ukraine has been a barrier against Russian imperialism, and it is in our own interest to help it to continue this fight on our behalf. Supporting Ukraine is an integral part of our security, as well as our prosperity. The awakening Russian imperialism, eager to restore its sphere of influence, which in Moscow's eyes includes us, the Czech Republic, will not disappear with the end of the war in Ukraine. It will stay here and will continue to be our problem. The end of the fights, the end of the shelling, when it comes, will certainly be good news. But history teaches us that any compromise that leaves the aggressor room for further pressure will only be a mere pause, a mere break before the next confrontation. Ukraine, without a guarantee of security and sovereignty, without guarantees against further attacks by Moscow, will be a source of geopolitical unrest in entire Europe, in the entire European continent, including its central and eastern flanks parts, including the Czech Republic. And we will bear considerable costs in the form of refugee wave fleeing from Russian violence, or many other repercussions. And that's why it is in our own interest to achieve long-lasting peace in Ukraine, sustainable peace which will be in line with the Czech national interest. Lately, we have often heard the term peace through strength. In the 1980s, it was promoted, these tactics were promoted by Ronald Reagan and his administration, and it certainly contributed to the collapse of the Soviet empire, and it brought us freedom, security, and prosperity. And now we have to use the same principle adapted to the conditions of the 21st century. So what does it mean, this peace through strength? What does it mean for Europe and the Czech Republic? It means the type of military and economic support for Ukraine that will help Ukraine become a steel porcupine, so to say. We need to exert pressure on Russia that will limit its capacity to attack Ukraine or anyone else. Sanctions remain an essential tool against the modernization of Russia's military capability. Russia will not be stopped. Russia can only be stopped and deterred from other aggressions. Ukraine is a test for all of us, and we cannot fail this test. Ukraine is also a test for European security, and it is Europe's task to pass it to the best of its ability, even at the cost of building new alliances if the existing institutional frameworks prove to be restrictive. I think that the most responsible countries are now or have now laid foundations of a new coalition that is looking for ways to achieve lasting peace in Ukraine. And I'm glad that the Czech Republic is part of this coalition of the willing. And it is important to realize what helped us acquire place at this table. It were not just empty talks. It was the hard work that we do. For instance, the ammunition initiative that has proved its worth. The fact that we have confidence of the countries involved in the coalition, and the fact that we are continuing this ammunition initiative. Also, the proposal to restrict the movement of Russian diplomats in the Schengen area, which is gradually gaining more and more support across the EU. And these are the acts that helped the Czech Republic become member of this coalition right from the very beginning. So, thanks to these acts, we had a place at the table right from the very beginning. We are taken seriously, and we have to continue acting towards continuing being member of this coalition. I'm glad that after years of postponement, we finally achieved 2% GDP spending. We all know that we have to continue increasing the funding. And of course, we also know that the situation is slowly changing, gradually changing in all our EU member states. The European Commission announced its plan to increase armament in Europe, and we know that economy and defense are closely interconnected. Europe will never be fully sovereign without a strong industrial base, without cutting-edge science and innovative research. We need to increase funding into cutting-edge technologies, into research and development. And it is also important to make sure that also these innovative projects, startup projects, aimed at enhancing the capabilities of European defense and security. We need to make sure that the Czech Republic is there, that we also have cutting-edge technologies, and that we help build these capabilities in Europe. We can do it, and we are acting in this direction. Another important factor is society-wide resilience. Our readiness to defend ourselves and our willingness to contribute to security. It starts here in our head. The stronger and more united Europe is, the weaker those who want to divide us will be. The weaker our adversaries will be it Russia or any other actor. It would be naive to think that the Russian regime is dramatically increasing its arms spending just because of its aggression against Ukraine. And I'm quite sure that the new arms will not be used only for military parades in a Red Square. It's and we have to be aware of what the real plans of Russia are. And we know that Russia's acts are also against us, against the whole of Europe, and Russia's aim is to polarize our societies, to divide us, to weaken our democracy, and to make us feel that perhaps Europe is destined to being absolutely irrelevant. But it's quite the contrary. Europe is not doomed to become irrelevant. We have the funding, we have the capacity and the human potential to be a real geopolitical player. But it is time to stop just reacting to crisis and start shaping the world that we want to live in. The guarantee of our security for the past 25 years has been the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. But for this organization to continue to exist and to be beneficial for both sides of the Atlantic, we need to help with our own share. We'll have to work harder in order to make sure that NATO is still able to fulfill this role of security guarantee. Our diplomacy is working to ensure that the United States sees Europe as a relevant player and a key partner. And investments in our own security is a necessary precondition for a balanced transatlantic dialogue. It is in our strategic interest that the United States remains engaged in the European security, and our security conference is evidence of this. Of course, we must not lose sight of the fact that we are investing in security first and foremost for ourselves. We do so in order to defend what we have built here since the Velvet Revolution, our prosperity, our free and democratic society. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have to continue building our barrier against Russia. We need to defend our way of life. We need to create security, which is a main precondition for the prosperity that we strive for. I started my speech with a quote from one British Prime Minister, so please allow me to finish with another British Prime Minister, this time Winston Churchill, who said, "Let us never let a good crisis go to waste." So we need to work hard. We need to fulfill our obligations in order to prevent further crises from happening in the future. Thank you for your attention.
So first of all, thank you very much, Jan Lipavský, Minister of Foreign Affairs. And the last speaker of the first panel will be delivered by the Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, Jana Černochová. The Prime Minister, dear colleagues, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. It is extraordinary how the title of the conference fulfilled in 12 years its importance, or how this period actually let us feel the accuracy and truthfulness of the statement that that security cannot be taken for granted. At the time of the first year of the conference, our security cannot be taken for granted. In March 2014, Putin's Russia occupied, in conflict with international law, the Ukrainian peninsula Crimea, thus negating the Budapest Memorandum of 1994 that guaranteed territorial integrity of Ukraine. And since that time, the security situation in Europe and the whole world, and particularly because of Russian Federation, unfortunately is worsening. 3 years ago, an open conflict started in Ukraine because of Russia aggression that Europe does not remember. And today, no one doubts that Russia is a real threat for our whole society, and that Russia actually follows its historic conviction that its prosperity and security will be best secured by territorial expansion. The new U.S. administration strives to stop the fights in Ukraine and to have a peace agreement. The dynamics is huge and no one can assess its result. There are two things certain. First, long-lasting peace must be based on strong Ukraine and also strong security guarantees. And our own experience from the Munich crisis shows that appeasement of aggressor will only motivate further aggression. Second, no matter what the result of the negotiation is, Russian imperial ambition will not go away. And we all actually agreed on that, all the previous speakers. And if Russia feels the opportunity, they will attack once again, irrespective of previous agreements and arrangements, as we've witnessed so many times in the past. The history shows that whenever our region was not strongly anchored somewhere, it was an attractive target of aggressive powers. That's why Russia actually talks about the need to go back to the situation of 1997, when all the post-communist countries were outside of NATO and EU, and we need to avoid that. But in order not to talk about just one topic, Russia is not the only threat of global security, although it is the largest. Middle East, Sahel are steamed up, and also other parts of world such as Indo-Pacific or Korean Peninsula are just a step away from a huge conflict. This dark introduction, I believe, is to be important as a context for the key question. What are we about to do with that? First of all, let's not panic. We are part of a broad group of Western democratic countries, mainly NATO and EU, a group that generates much higher GDP than Russia. We have our army, we have our allies. With the coming of President Trump administration, there were new doubts about the continuing role of the U.S. in NATO, but I don't think they are justified. The main message of the President Trump administration is that U.S. is going to concentrate on the Pacific, and that they need that Europe takes over responsibility for their own responsibility, mainly on our continent. And it's nothing new. This is something that we've been hearing from the US for many years, irrespective of the political party of a president at that time. Perhaps we should ask why Europe has not responded sufficiently to this reality. Now we hear it again, but much stronger. And I believe that this time Europe will wake up. Intensive negotiations in London, Paris, Brussels give me certain hope. The basic backbone of our defense is and was NATO. A month ago, I participated in the meeting of NATO ministers of defense, and I share the impression that the new U.S. administration actually give to General Secretary of NATO. He said that the U.S. administration has enduring commitment to a strong NATO alliance, and there are clear expectations of America's commitment, and all other allies need to carry their fair share of the burden. This is what was said by Secretary Hegseth. He came with this clear message, and it shouldn't be a surprise to any of us. President Trump administration is interested in continuing and enduring alliance with Europe, and I trust that because even the US cannot afford any other way. Precondition of good relations is fair sharing of costs, meaning increasing defense spending and also strengthening of armed forces and capacities of European allies. Within NATO, I always warn that NATO cannot be replaced by purely European solution, for example, based on the EU. It cannot work. As NATO also includes other key countries such as the United Kingdom, Norway, Turkey, but there are also many other reasons. In the EU, defense will always compete with other agendas. Agendas why actually EU was established, mainly economy and industry. It's not wrong. Without these sectors, we wouldn't have any defense. But still, defense is a junior agenda. Unlike NATO, purely defense organization, some countries of the EU are also neutral and they are not interested in being part of collective defense. The role of the EU is quite obvious, and it's in our interest to succeed. EU has tools how to strengthen tools, industrial, financial, legislative, and I welcome the plan of President of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen, for rearmament of Europe, and I'm glad that past taboos are being knocked down and that the European Commission comes with proposals of strong investment into defense, also using a joint lending facility. Although I prefer conservative fiscal policy, I realize that it's so important to invest into defense. But the EU needs to do more. In order to pass the test, we need to have strong economy and strong industry. By absurd level of regulation, we restrict competitiveness of Europe and we chase away our companies to countries that do not put any obstacles in front of them. Destructive regulation, unfortunately, also impact our defense industry. But this industry plays a crucial role. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We do not renounce it, and we want to have impact on the European defense policy, but we have to support it by words as well as actions, and that means investments. One of the biggest military theoretician of 17th century, Count Montecuccoli, said, for war you need three things: money, money, and money. The only difference compared to the 17th century is that we are getting ready for war not in order to wage it, but in order to avoid it. I believe that it is the success of our government that we managed to reach 2% of GDP of defense spending. And the situation has significantly changed. 2% was sufficient in the time of peace, but not in 2025. And the border was set like that for peaceful times, not for the moments when we have war in Europe, in its eastern part. That's why I fully support the plan of Petra Fiala, plan to improve or increase defense spending to 3% of GDP, as these are investment into our security as well as prosperity. And economic reservations against that could be calmed down by the fact that we try to invest them here in the Czech Republic. There are new jobs being created. We develop technologies. We build modern economy. And criticism that we are not able to utilize these higher spendings as we are not successful in recruiting is wrong, because the defense spendings and recruitment are linked. If the soldiers have adequate economic background and also equipment and facilities, if they are satisfied from their work, then we'll be successful in recruitment as well. And it's a question of money, money, and money. And now I would like to finish by what I started with, Ukraine. We need to keep reminding that our support to Ukraine has two reasons. One is ideological and one is practical. In the ideological level, I believe it's quite natural that we supported a victim of brutal Russian aggression, as we know well how important support of allies is. In 1945, we were freed from occupation by others, and I do not want to diminish the importance of our soldiers fighting at France. In 1989, the Soviet bloc disintegrated on its own because of the overarmament that meant lots of money on the side of the Western world, and the Cold War remained to be a Cold War. Let me give you a parallel. Our support to Ukraine does not lead to many preferences for our government. We know that. But we are not a government that would manage its policy based on current public opinion polls, so that our Prime Minister reads the results of the public opinion polls and say, well, today I will change something today. No. We believe that what we do is right, and I am proud that I can be part of the government that has so clearly anchored values and that is not ashamed of behaving as a democratic country, that is helping a country that was not lucky as we had in 1989. And it is our duty to take care of Ukraine as we do it even more. And the second reason for supporting Ukraine is purely practical. Russia is not hiding its power intention with respect to Europe. Ukraine is the first line of defense, and fate of Ukraine is thus linked to the fate of Europe. And thanks to Ukraine, we have time to complete our defense. As I have said, long-lasting peace in Ukraine must be supported by strength and power, and that means increasing support for Ukraine. Strong Ukrainian forces are a precondition for peace, not only in Ukraine but also in Europe. I know that the beginning of my speech was perhaps not a pleasant conflict or fight with reality, so I would like to finish in a positive way. If we manage to answer to this historic challenge, we will have a safer, secure, stronger and more prosperous Europe. And before I say goodbye to you, I want to say there are not many certainties in the world, but there is one that lasts for 12 years, and that is the certainty that the conferences organized by Zbigniew Pawlacik will always be very good. They will be monitors, and they will bring conclusions that will stay in the public sphere for some time. And I really want to thank Zbigniew Pawlacik for that. I want to thank you for focusing on these topics, for organizing conferences such as today's conference, that he does the Days of NATO for many years. Unfortunately, we had to cancel them last year due to floodings, but we are looking forward to meeting you there this year. And hopefully he will not be angry for me saying that Zbigniew Pawlacik has a birthday today, so he deserves our applause and our words of thanks. Thank you very much, Minister, for your speech and for the words on behalf of our conference. We really appreciate it, and we take it as a commitment so that we have the next 12 years. So that concludes the first panel of addresses by the Czech government. And now I would like to ask the panelists to take their seats. There is not going to be any break. Thank you.
Dobré poledne, už jsem slyšet, výborně. Zahajujeme první panel, jehož účastníky.
Good morning. We will open the first panel with prestigious personalities. The first part of the panel will pass the floor to the panelists to say a few words, and the second part of the panel will have a room for your potential questions. But first I would like to briefly introduce our panelists, even though it's not important. I'm sure you all know them. We have Tomáš Pojar, National Security Advisor, here with us. I would also like to welcome Lieutenant General Karel Řehka, Chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces. I would also like to welcome Jana Matesová, consultant economist and the former advisor to the President of the World Bank. And please allow me to also welcome Tomáš Salomon, Chairman of the Board, Česká spořitelna, and Vice President, and also of the Czech Banking Association. And in this order, I would like to ask all the panelists to say a few introductory remarks. So first, please, Tomáš Pojar, if you could provide a strategic framework of increased defense spending in the Czech Republic. So Tomáš, the floor is yours. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. Perhaps I would have only 4 brief remarks, and hopefully they will be in the sense that we did not create this country, we did not strive for this crisis, but we should face any crisis head-on and take it as an opportunity. And I'm sure there are quite a few opportunities for that, and if we approach this crisis in the right way, we can actually benefit from it, both in terms of security as well as economy. So, first of all, our defense spending. For quite some time, for the past 10 years, there was a consensus since 2014, since the Wales NATO summit, long before Donald Trump took office, that we had a consensus that we should increase our defense spending to 2% of GDP, because Europe was lagging behind and the US were not able to take the brunt or bear the brunt of defense spending, and for the past 14 years, Robert Gates talked like that quite clearly at the Munich conference that it was not sustainable for US to continue funding European security. And the truth is that since 2014, Most of us reached the 2% GDP spending. Some countries managed to give more than 2%, some less. We managed in the last year, and the increase was not linear. We had to increase it significantly. Also, in the face of the current crisis, the fact that for the past 3 years, rage or war has been raging in Europe, the biggest war since the end of World War II. And with regard to the ongoing war and the instability in Europe and elsewhere in the world, and also with regard to the Russia's capabilities, which on the one side are being exhausted in Ukraine, but at the same time we know that Russia started implementing war economy and therefore is actually increasing its capabilities, because if sooner or later there is a truce with Ukraine, the Russian military force will continue increasing. Of course, it's a question whether its economic strength will increase as well, but we have to be ready. And then Donald Trump took up office, and we all knew that he was going to ask European countries to contribute more to NATO, although none of us expected that he was going to do so in such a brutal way. But either way, Europe, which is my second point, is divided to a certain way between northern countries and southern countries. The northern countries are, let's say, wealthier and are willing to keep Ukraine going, fighting against Russia, and are spending more on defense. And the southern states, which are not so well off, they are in worse economic condition, and they still have troubles reaching the 2% GDP defense spending. But across Europe, we have a consensus that we need to increase defense spending, including the southern states, although in among northern countries, there is a consensus that perhaps it could be even 3% GDP. Some even say 3.5 GDP. Currently, it's 3.2 GDP that the United States give on defense spending. And my third point is, if we want to keep NATO alive, Europe needs to spend as much as the US. If Europe does not spend as much as the US, the transatlantic unity, the transatlantic security are at risk, are in danger. And the fact is that any future US president will also want Europe to contribute more. We are slowly approaching the Hague summit in mid-June, and we hope that the US president will take part. We hope that we will manage to set the new norm of transatlantic relations, which would mean, let's say, to strike a new balance between the US and Europe, and meaning that the US will continue their defense spending and Europe will increase their defense spending, and hopefully we will reach a consensus in the amount of some 3 to 3.5%. Of course, the question is when Europe will be able to reach it and how quickly. So that the US knows we mean business, but at the same time so that Europe is able to build its own capacities before Russia can regroup after the Ukrainian invasion and regain its strength. Because we want to make sure that we do not just waste money, but we want to make sure that we invest it smartly into long-term plans and equipment. If I were to be an optimist, I would say that I hope we strike this new balance. We will be able to rescue the transatlantic relations for the future generations as well. And I also hope that we will be able to strengthen the capabilities of our armies with regard to all the goals and objectives that we pledged in the past. And I think that the Chief of Staff will talk about it in a greater detail. And my last point is that there is an opportunity in front of us. We could have high-quality security, not only for the times of war, but also for the times of peace. And it is also an opportunity for the Czech economy. And I'm not talking only about the defense industry. It is an opportunity for the Czech industry as such, not only heavy industry, but also high-tech companies, IT sector. And it is not primarily about Czech money, Czech funding. It's not about investing our own money into our defense. It's also about making our companies competitive and being able to participate in defense procurement or defense tenders also elsewhere in Europe. And if we are just free riders and we don't contribute with our shares, our companies will be excluded from potential cooperation abroad. So we have to also help our companies to be competitive, and this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for us to do so. And now we're not only talking about a few millions there or here, but about huge sums of money. For instance, in Germany, some 200 billion euros that will be given extra for defense and security. And who does not see it as an opportunity for the entire European industry, who divides defense and security spending from economy and does not see it as joint vessels, is missing a huge opportunity for the Czech Republic. So let's approach it as a huge opportunity. Let's think about our own prosperity, the prosperity of Czech companies, new jobs in the Czech Republic. Let's look at research, development and innovation. The Czech defense industry has often been the leader in the area of research and innovation, and so let's promote it. Let's support it. Let's stick together with the northern countries, and let's not stay somewhere in the Balkans. If we are able to find a consensus in this area, if we are able to cooperate systematically, we will emerge from this crisis as a stronger, not as a weaker.
Thank you very much, Tomáš, for linking it to the economic context that Jana Matesová is going to cover. I have one question. Of course, there is going to be a Hague summit, and USA are talking about 5%. What we have approved here in the Czech Republic is 3%, but there is still a long time to go until 2030. Is the government ready, within the context of NATO debate in the weeks and months to come, to review it and to decide on faster growth of defense spending? Well, the government has to be flexible. The government says it's at least 3% in 5 years, and that right now it is realistic as we have the absorption capacity. It's not difficult. When you look at the capabilities that we have in the Czech Republic and in Europe, as far as air defense, then you can easily spend a couple of percent of GDP. Also, with respect to what is going on in Ukraine or in other regions. For us, it is important to keep the NATO from economic and security points of view, and therefore I believe that the Czech government will be flexible enough and to reach a certain consensus or to have a decision taken by a majority of allies. This is something or somewhere we are heading. I don't believe that 5% is realistic. it is a US wish. I do understand it, that it's the US wish, because that would quickly actually deal with all the deficits ever since 2014, when we, the Czech Republic, did not fulfill our commitment, similarly to many others. But I believe that it's realistic to go for 3 to 3.5%, also with respect to what US are spending, and they do not spend everything on transatlantic cooperation. But I think it's fair, if we want to keep US interest here in this region, then we should strive for parity. So the ambition can change with respect to time, or the objective can change, but I don't believe that we can reach a wider consensus at 5% in a foreseeable future. At the time of peace, at the time of war, it's of course a totally different situation. It then just goes up. But what we invest now is that we invest in order to avoid much higher amounts in the future. So let's not forget, and I always tell it to all the communists in the Czech Republic, during the socialism in the 1980s, we had 6% of GDP spending, and it was Cold War. And these were the spendings by the Communist Party. So 2 to 3%, these are peaceful spendings. 2% were spending during the peaceful times. But in 2014, we had peace, but now we don't have peace. So let's increase it in order not to have to go up to 6 to 7%. These are the percentage where Russia is right now. And they are only talking about those spendings that they admit. So thank you very much, Tomáš. And now I would like to pass the floor on to Karel Řehka, and I would like to ask him to link it to military capabilities, what we need, what the priorities should be like, so that we can actually move from the abstract level to more specific level, to development of our military capabilities. Okay, I will try to frame it, and then I believe there will be space for questions. I want to actually stress that the budget is not the objective, it's a tool to achieve something. And in this particular situation, it's for us to build efficient system of defense and deterrence that would be effective. And the ultimate goal is to keep peace and prosperity. So let's stop saying that investment into defense is spending, and let's talk about it as investment for the future. As for deterrence and defense, well, for us here in the Czech Republic, Russia is the largest threat, although not the only one. There are various numbers set, 5 years, and we hear all sorts of numbers, but ever since the beginning of Ukraine war, what I hear also in NATO, the time that we have for preparation is getting shorter and shorter in all the reports that I read. Another thing is that to say 5 years, it's great, but for what? And I assess, and also other allies say, that for Russia to be attracted and to really cause lots of trouble to us, they need less than 5 years. And how to avoid it? It's deterrence and defense. If deterrence fails, it's a failure of everything. And deterrence needs to be both conventional and nuclear. And it has to also punish, and also it is deterrence by denial, and it means that you need to have realistic capacities and capabilities. That's why you need the defense spending, and you need to have real willingness to use it. And the And Russia needs to understand it, and deterrence works in their head. Look into Europe. We have capabilities and money, but we have difficulties, and it's not only armies, but also industry. Willingness, Russia does not believe that we are willing to defend and go against them. And these are the initiative to make sure that Russia starts believing in that. And also Russia believes that we are weak, and that's dangerous because Russia always attacks the weak, not the strong. That's why we need the defense budget. It's not about numbers and figures, it's about real capacities and real capabilities. Tomáš has mentioned that there is also an important breakthrough period for the NATO alliance, but there is also the need for European autonomy. That does not mean European army, but European autonomy. And it's important. And it's not about Donald Trump. It's about geopolitical reality. With the growing of China and other global commitments by the US, it is quite likely that even if the US want to, they would not be able to guarantee certain things, and we need to start building it here in Europe ourselves. This is a breakthrough period. It's about the security of our region. And it's important as we check the Czech Republic, depending on which position we take and how strong we are going to be, what we are capable. We are either going to be active participants that will shape our future, or we will be onlookers. And that is as simple as that. And for that, we need the budget. As we build the capabilities, the percentages of GDP, that's a political declaration. It's important, it's a milestone, it's an effort to be fair, to calculate things, but in reality, it's about how you fulfill your commitment in developing your armed forces. NATO has quite good plans, but for the plans to be enforceable with a certain level of risk, we need to fill them with capacities and capabilities that is provided by individual countries. And the countries have set goals. And the goals that we will get politically approved in May. The Czech Republic, well, we know about them. We participated in the planning. For the first time, we have goals that are related to a threat. Not ambition, but threat, and they are important to be fulfilled so that the deterrence and the defense can work. We are fulfilling objectives stated in 2021, and we don't want to be specific, and we not speak about it public. We are not fulfilling even the old goals, but it's principally not fulfilling in the development of the armed forces capabilities. And it's not a secret that in order to fulfill them, it's not enough to spend 2% of GDP. For the new goals, we need at least 3%, and we have calculated it. That's a reality, and that's why we talk about 3%. What are the priorities? Priorities in the whole NATO are integrated defense, but we need to build logistic, supporting host country command, and many other things. The Czech army is at a position that in its basic 5 to 6 functions, we need to modernize every single of them. It's not tragic that nothing is happening. It is happening, but there is still room for improvement. I'm now talking about supplies, about reserves, about warehouse capacities, infrastructure, and many other things that need to be built and developed. What these 3% mean in numbers, I got them. So if we really increase the spending by 0.2 to reach 3% of GDP in 2030, we will actually balance the deficit of the period before 24 in 2035. So this is the size of the deficit. One thing is to increase the funding. That's important, and we really appreciate the courage of the government. On the other hand, I believe that it is time to change the rules. We do not feel the urgency of what is going on. I will give you an example. We are talking about substantially changing the capabilities of deterrence. Otherwise, Europe will get into trouble. But to build a building by the Ministry of Defense, starting with the identification of the need by the final approval, it takes 6 years. And to build something that you have specified and it's ready-made, you have a program, everything, and you have money, you need for that at least a year and a half. And you can't do it like that. And what Tomáš has said, the air defense, that's wonderful, but how long are we going to build barracks and people to man the unit? So it's not only spending money on hardware, but also the rest. And people will be the biggest problem. It's about changing and resetting the rules. Some countries in Europe are already doing that. Denmark, the Netherlands, Sweden, they are discussing these things and they quite radically changing the rules. When I'm asking my counterparts, how did they do it? Well, I just go and point out, I want this, and they buy it. So these are the changes of the rules, and the Czech Republic is not there yet.
So it's not about bending the current rules, which is unfortunately sometimes happening, but it is about changing the rules so that they are efficient. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize another thing. We are not able to spend money, or we have to spend efficiently, and we need to be able to spend money because we don't have any other choice. And if the rules are preventing us, we have to change the rules. It's so simple. We know what we want. Just to give you an idea, the Alliance methodology recommends at least 20% of defense spending in modernization and upgrade the equipment. But we are so behind in the Czech Republic that when we look at the defense budget, we give 60% on modernization and upgrade, and in the future 90% is already fixed for strategic projects, and we don't have any maneuvering space left. So when we are talking about buying new tanks, we have to have an approval to increase the defense spending above the 2%, because otherwise we wouldn't have the money for that. And so what I'm trying to say is that it is not just about increasing the defense spending. It's not like that. And we need to be able to spend the money efficiently. And what I'm trying to say is that it is said that we need Donald Trump to start talking about the 3%. We talked about it and wrote about it months ago. And it's said that we need Donald Trump to start talking about it publicly at the political level. But thank God for that. At least we're already talking about it. But when it comes to the 3% GDP spending, we do not need it because of Donald Trump. We need it because of ourselves, for our own security, and we shouldn't need Donald Trump for that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Karel. Thank you for providing the framework, for talking about the 3% GDP spending, which only helps us to rectify the deficits of the past. But if we really want to further develop our security forces, we need to spend actually more. So we will need to have at least 3.5% GDP defense spending, perhaps even more, so that we can use the new capabilities and not just rectify the defects and close the gaps of the past. so that we can invest in complex security and defense. And it is not just about, flooding the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Defense with money. It's also about changing the rules, changing public procurement rules, acquisition rules, so that we are able to build and enhance our infrastructure. So thank you. This was extremely important for the entire discussion. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mrs. Matisova, and I would like to ask her to place this entire discussion within the context of the Czech economy and its development, and what the Czech economy can or cannot afford. So can we afford increasing our defense spending? Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. When it comes to the Czech economy, it is not about whether we can afford it. Of course we can afford it. It is about finding a society-wide consensus to get everyone to agree that security spending is important, because provision of security is a primary function of the country. Of course, we do not have to convince anyone in this hall, but beyond the Prague Castle, this is something that many people still do not understand. Even the, most minimalist countries that do not have any other additional roles, economic roles, their primary function is to provide for the security of their people. And of course, collecting money for this purpose. So the fact that security provision is not conceived as the primary role of the country, then it's a problem. And it's actually quite new, because up until the fall of the Iron Curtain, Czechoslovakia spent some 6% GDP on security. But countries on the other side of the Iron Curtain spent some 4 to 5% every year, annually. So we escaped the norm, or what was perceived back then as the norm, and we have to come back to it. Providing for security, ideally through deterrence, also has its economic benefits. Minister Lipavsky mentioned it as well, because it can bring prosperity. And the main precondition of prosperity is security. And the price of capital also depends on whether the potential business partners agree whether the country, through deterrence, is a relatively safe country that is secured against external aggression. Because if it is not perceived as a secure country, then it reduces the value of their investments, and we can see it in the high-risk surcharges on capital. So, if a country is perceived as secure, then it has a better purchasing power in the private sector. And what we can hear a lot in the Czech Republic or in the Czech society as well, that, okay, so what, in the worst case, we will be on the side of Russia, then I would like to emphasize that, joining the other side is very expensive. We can see it among the countries who are going in this, who are headed in this direction. We can see it in Hungary, because Hungary is borrowing money at a very high, interest rates, and it is not even able to cover all its needs, and it had to negotiate buying Russian oil for debt. So it has the more, and Slovakia has the most expensive funding of its state debt. So joining the other side can come at a very high cost. And I can also remind you that We saw in 49-50 that it can also be very expensive, not to fight at all, because back then we still were among the most or the wealthiest countries per capita in 49-50, and when we came back after the fall of communism, we were in the fifth or around 50 after Venezuela when it comes to public wealth. And we still were not able to catch up with some of the countries that were at the same level, such as Austria. And if we remained on the other side of the Iron Curtain before the end or after the end of World War II, our level would be probably would have tripled or would be 3 times as high as it is. So you can see that joining Russia or being on their side is definitely not to our economic benefit. In the past, countries were spending on defense even at peaceful times, perhaps, or perhaps with the exception of the year 1961 or when during the time of the Cuban crisis, still the Western times spent some 4 to 5% of GDP on defense. So, can we afford it now? Well, as I've mentioned before, I don't think it's about finding the money, but convincing the society that it is important. The 2% GDP that we currently spend on defense, or the amount and the budget corresponds. The Deputy Minister of Finance can say it's true, is how much we have in the budget for state insurance, so people who do not pay for their own health insurance. An amount in the budget that no one disputes. These are no astronomical amounts. So, if the super brutto wages were not abolished, then we could have had some additional percentages in GDP that we could have used for defense spending, for instance. So there are many ways to find the money in the budget. Western countries, including us, over the past 25 years, 55 or 45 years, we started building a very generous welfare state, which is unprecedented anywhere else. But after a period of time, we started to increase our public debt because we realized we did not have the money for that. So yes, we lived in prosperous times. We enjoyed the benefits of generous welfare state, which is amazing in terms of humanistic values. But now it's time to make sure that all of this is not destroyed by the threat to our sovereignty, to our security, and future prosperity. So where can we find the money? I think the best option, in my view, would be a combination of increasing taxes together with, or such as, investment properties tax, so additional tax on additional properties that people own, and perhaps some other possibilities as well to collect more money for the state budget. I do not want to dwell on the details because it would be for a lengthy discussion, but it's quite urgent because right now we have the opportunity to change it. If money that we receive from the EU were administered and managed optimally, just like other member states were able to do. So most goes through one channel and is then redistributed, invested, depending on quantitative analysis, on measurable objectives, on benefits for the economy. And if we were able to do it like that, we would have be much more efficient, because if I compare our funds from the EU and compare it with Ireland and how they structure and use EU funds, or for instance Poland, or if I compare it with Germany, who invest not EU funds but its own public funds, then the annual additional annual contributions or benefits would be several billion, multiplied by 19, so 19 years. So basically, it would be one entire side of the state budget, or the side of the assets. So we wouldn't have to steal from this or that ministry. We would have much more funds, but we would need to have one or a single channel, not individual channels that go through individual ministries, but one channel that would manage or administer EU grants and subsidies. And if I compare us with Poland or Ireland or Germany, it looks like each year 1.5 to 3.5% fell victim to these inefficiencies in handling or managing EU funds. And I still think that 3.5% of GDP spending is the minimum, I would say, is the bare minimum. And I'm sure we will be able to find the money if our economy becomes more efficient.
As for the EU funds, Minister Černochová mentioned the proposed lending facility. It's 150 billion for 10 years. And the countries that were against that, Germany and the Netherlands, because they believe that it would be likely that if other countries, member states of the EU, are in troubles repaying the debt, that they would have to pay it. They are not protesting. It's not a huge amount within the EU. So it's okay. And common procurement, it's also okay. Common research would be great, I believe, when I see it, because the plan is or has been here for years and not being realized. But 650 billion, what is expected, would be found in national budgets. Also based on the change of the structure of the European budget and the change of the use of European funds. 60 potential programs and purposes are reduced to 3. That's why we have the opportunity to redefine the structure and use of European funds in the future, also in our country. What I would like to say, and 2 more programs for the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund. Part of loans would be dedicated to the development of defense industry. Good idea. And it's nice that the European Commission do not want to establish yet another multilateral bank, because it would take 10 years. We have the largest multilateral bank, the European Investment Bank. Let's allow this bank to fund defense industry through the bank and through the European Investment Fund by the proposed mechanism of savings and investment. What I would like to add, it also means to push on taxonomy I'm sure Tomáš Salomon is going to mention that because, yes, the European defense industry will get funds from the European banks, but then other banks will not be able to give additional fundings because taxonomy will prevent that. So it needs to be changed. It needs to be changed at the level of the Eurozone supervision. And also defense companies. Yes, it was said, and historically it's a documented fact that the largest innovation, the largest volume of innovation was created as part of the defense and war tactics, but for that loan facility is not good. Innovation, fastly growing high-tech companies cannot be funded through loan facilities. So we need to have a common capital market in Europe. There is a huge resistance. It does not mean that you would heave your marketplace and you would trade your product and the product will be managed by the terms and conditions of the national legislation. It means that at least the companies that will have the securities or the countries will have a common accounting system, also insolvency legislation, part of tax legislation that relates to taxation of holding securities and sort of selling, etc., and part of the corporate law relating to minority or protection of rights of minority shareholders. And it will not be unified, but it is not a problem to create, such as the New York Stock Exchange, for these types of shares on the common European market to create common framework rules. There are about 350 to 500 billion euros that actually leave Europe going to the US market, and we need them to stay here. So thank you very much. What you have mentioned is exactly what must be part of the discussion about funding the defense so far. It has not been voiced sufficiently during the discussion about the Czech defense. The Czech economy definitely is able to fund increase of defense spending to 3.5% of GDP or even more. And I'm glad that you opened the topic of a non-functioning European capital market. If we had this market, we would have Palantir and other companies here in Europe, and we have to focus on that. And the last panelist is Tomáš Salomon of Česká spořitelna, or the Czech Banking Association. And you have actually mentioned, Jana Matesová, here the role of private capital when improving our defense capabilities or when funding the defense industry. Could you please, being a representative of the banking sector, explain some of the issues that has been discussed? Taxonomy, is it truly the barrier, or the primary barrier is the sort of culture or other type of mindset of representatives of private banking institutions with respect to the defense industry, and how the Czech Banking Association can, under the pressure of a really bad security situation, takes their position, or what is your approach of banks with respect to defense industry? So thank you.
Dopoledne, dámy a pánové, a děkuji za pozvání.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. Listening to the speeches, I will start with the epiphany of my whole speech. In order to secure defense capabilities of the Czech Republic and Europe, we need money, weapons, and the capability of manufacturing them, and defense mindset. From a banker or somebody who represents a banking institution, it might sound that it's easy, but money is the smallest problem. It has been mentioned several times here, and I'll go back to it later. The second good message is that from the point of view of ability to manufacture weapons, we can really talk about investment money, and that would be beneficial for the Czech industry. And I am part of a platform that is called the Second Economic Transformation, and it could be an engine for the second economic transformation of the Czech industry and the Czech economy. What worries me most is the active defense mindset, because that all starts there. The money is a question of a couple of years. The capability of manufacturing the weapons, it might actually last a while, but changing the active defense mindset at the level of individuals to have the contract with the society that we really want it like that is then reflected in specific steps, either in the area of taxonomy or other institutions, they have their say. This is a long-term issue, and if we don't start actively talking about these topics, and if we are not able to agree on the public narrative, it will be difficult also with the money. Look, on behalf of the Banking Association, I have to say, and I can say it with the logos of the partners of this conference behind me. We've been funding Czech defense industry for some time, so it's nothing new and it's not a secret, and I can say it here that this is the case. Numbers of the Banking Association or Česká spořitelná tells that in the books there is about 40 billion that could be labeled as 40 billions used in the defense industry. What is important is the trend, because ever since the Putin's aggression, the trend goes up quite substantially. And last year, only on behalf of Česká spořitelná, we doubled the amount of loans. We are not at a situation when we are restricted by sectoral limit or by the size of balance sheets. So there is still space for providing loans to responsible and good or companies with good standings that really can manufacture, and there is a certain guarantee that the money will come back. But I am an advocate of multi-source funding, and only the Czech banking sector and its power will not help us. The state plays an important role. The UK could be an example. The state provides guarantees and thus supports further loan facilities. And good piece of news is that the guarantees by EGAP last year were the highest. We, as a state, we can have a healthy debt. We have it at the level of 44%, Germany 63%, and in Bundestag they are going to vote on actually changing the rules, and the USA 124%. So most of the countries in the EU and in Europe reach a much higher level. I am not saying that fiscal irresponsibility is the right one, but I think that there is space for us, but it has to be investment and well-thought investment. I want to also talk about the National Development Bank and the Czech Export Bank and their role. I think that they are going in the right direction. Is it quick enough or not quick enough? It's about the narrative and mindset. And also Jana talked about the European Investment Bank and its role. The debates are ongoing. It was not possible but I believe that it will become a reality. And it's just a sort of agreement of the society and the demand by the society. And even this conference can contribute to that. Investment into manufacturing, how come I am an optimist? We are the fourth best country in terms of proportion of high-tech export in the world. We can produce just about anything. And when you look into the development of weapon systems, it's telecommunication and machine engineering merged together, and we can do it. So we can truly, as Tomáš mentioned, we can get a substantial proportion, even more than what is usually our proportion. And I think that it's a huge opportunity. The companies are ready for that. I'm not talking about companies that used to build non-military goods. We have to be careful. We also need to make sure that the weapons will not get to the other side of the barricade. But there is the capability of the Czech economy to produce weapons and weapon system. It's a chance for modernizing the Czech economy. What is often mentioned that we are supplier economy, it is an advantage. Not everything is going to be produced here in the Czech Republic. But what I also want to talk about is the capability of Europe. Europe is one of the largest producer of cars or ships, or just take aircraft, Airbus and Boeing. Airbus produces double the volume of Boeing. So there is the capacity, and the question is whether we can find the agreement and consensus that we really want to ensure security in Europe.
Nebo obrana je pro mě
So defense for me is high-tech, and it will continue to be high-tech in increasingly the future. And my last remark is regarding the mindset or our resolve, so to say. So we need to find a society-wide consensus. As a representative of one of the greatest employers in the Czech Republic, I say that we'll love to see that. We'll love to see this consensus. But we need people to agree. And I'm looking forward to the afternoon political panel, whether our representatives will be able to reach consensus. Because without a society-wide consensus, it's very difficult to implement anything else. So we need to have a consensus on investments, investment spending, on strategic objectives, or strategic investments, and consensus on our defense capabilities of individuals, maybe defense on reintroducing defense education or security education. And we need to have people with critical mindsets and critical thinking capabilities that the army will need. And when it comes to global exports, Europe contributes to it by 1/3, US with 42%, China with 6%, and Russia with 11%. So again, Russia is not playing the fifth fiddle, and I think it's only in our minds. It's all only in our head, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you. I will ask you one brief question, and I'll ask you for one brief answer so that everything is clear. Is there European or Czech legal regulation, a standard written on a piece of paper that is applicable, which would prevent you as a bank to fund defense industry? No, there's not one, but it's, again, the 1,000 times nothing, broke the camel's back, because defense industry is highly regulated, and it is not just one specific piece of regulation, but the entire banking sector is overregulated, or Europe is overregulated, and the banking sector is no exception. So there is no specific piece of regulation, but we have to be compliant with a number of other regulative measures. But as I've mentioned before, there is nothing preventing us from increasing our support to defense companies. I think we can all agree that the level of regulation in Europe should be decreased. But there is not one particular piece of legislation which would ban banks from funding defense industry. Is that so? Yes. Well, no, when you put it this way. But when we talk about the EIB, the European Investment Bank, what it can or cannot do, it's again, the devil is in the detail. So we need to change the details, and this can happen only through the society-wide consensus. The European Investment Bank says that it cannot do so radically because it would endanger its funding in world markets, because they are funded from Asia and the US, and they would lose funding, and they would have worse interest rates, and their ratings would go down, and they cannot afford it, and so on and so forth. I am deeply convinced that we need to have some courage. The world is changing. The world is changing globally, not only locally. And sooner or later, I think that this will be possible. And I think the bankers in the EIB are too conservative. But that's the argument that they use, and that we cannot just, sweep off the table. I would like to add something. The EIB is funded through capital markets, and I don't think that capital markets would not trust the defense industry right now. When we look at the shares skyrocketing, shares of defense companies skyrocketing. Okay, we have 8 minutes left for your questions. I think we can have 2 to 3 questions if you can be brief in your questions. So now I would like to ask any of you willing to add something, but please be brief, because we are running out of time. So is there anyone who would like to ask something? Yes, Petr Kolář. So if someone could please hand him the mic. So very briefly, Petr. Tomáš Salomon. Okay, how did you say it when it comes to high-tech? We are one of the 4 countries in the area. We are the 4th worldwide. We are very complex. We have a very complex economy in the right sense of the word, in the positive sense of the word. And when it comes to high-tech development, we are 4th worldwide. Okay, that was really brief. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, any other questions or comments? No. Okay, perhaps I would like to ask the panelists to react to one another. If they still have something that they would like to add. Tomáš. Okay, thank you. Two remarks. Change of the rules, like Karel mentioned. Better use of for the funds, investing them more efficiently. So we need to change our mindsets. We need to change our DNA. The next minister of the Ministry of the Defense needs to set this as his or her priority, changing the mindsets, the funding. They need to look at it through a different prism than the traditional prism of the last 100 years, I would say. So you have to look at investments in a new light, and not just as the national security advisor, but also with my European hat on, regardless of the next of who at the helm of the Czech government will be. If we do not redistribute or if we do not change the way we redistribute EU funds, we will waste the wealth of our country. If we need something, we need to have one centralized system, and not this disintegrated system, scattered system that Diana mentioned. This is of utmost importance. instruments, because the next government needs to set the rules for the next 7 years of EU funding, and the subsequent government will not be able to change it. So the upcoming government, the next government, needs to bear this in mind. And last thing, tomorrow the government is about to decide or make a decision on a new facility regarding funding from IGAP, and we have to look at this funding through the prism of classical financial facilities and tools. We do not do this, and this is to our detriment. We are decreasing our maneuvering space. So we need to be able to use the financial tools and instruments available. This is to the benefit of not only defense, but the entire economy. Very brief remark regarding defense industry. I truly believe that the defense industry, the Czech defense industry, also with regard to the global situation, can become another parallel pillar of the Czech economy, so next to the car industry, or perhaps even supersede it and replace it as the pillar number 1 of our economy. I agree with Tomáš. Whoever takes the post of the Minister of Defense, this should be one of his or her main priorities. But it's not just about the Ministry of Defense. Of course, defense should lead the way, but it is not just the defense's problem. And quite often the owners of the processes are not even at the ministry. Yes, I would support you, because there are countries in the EU, there are EU member states who use EU funds efficiently in a smart way. They have, one single channel, and then they distribute it as needed. So this resortism, this division among individual agencies and ministries, it is to the detriment of the efficiency of the use of the funds. Thank you. We have time for one last question, if there is anyone. The British ambassador, Matt Field. So, Excellency, please be brief, and we'll see whether he'll ask in Czech or English.
Firstly, thank you. Thank you for the leadership that this country continues to show. We haven't lost sight in all of this, of course, of supplying Ukraine with what it needs. We have boots on the ground. We have Ukrainian boots on the ground. Let's give them what they need to be successful. So it continues to be a priority, I know, supporting your initiatives. The question is a slightly leading one. When Europe is spending more on defense and security, does that need to be a solely EU process, or can we be inclusive of non-EU member states in that process of increasing our collective security?
Well, thank you so much, and I'll ask Tomáš actually probably to address this question.
I am fundamentally in favor of the coalition of the willing, and this should be a coalition of the willing, and it should be regardless of who is a member of what. So if there is a coalition of the willing, it should include anyone who is willing, and those who do not want to be members of the coalition, others should not force them to. This is a very good question. Several times during my speech, I mentioned European continent, European autonomy. Whenever I talked about Europe, I never meant the EU. I meant Europe as such, Europe as the continent. And I think that in the future we will not have any other way than through the coalitions of the willing. But it's true that the EU can play an important role, a positive role in many regards. So it's not that we we think that the EU does not have its place in these processes. It has its place and it has a role to play. But I think that in the future, with regard to the building of our defense capacities within the EU, we might reach a consensus across all the EU member states. But it's difficult to find a consensus now when it comes to Ukraine, but perhaps we would be able to reach a consensus when it comes to the internal functioning of the EU and building internal defense capacities. We have a consensus in this area, or at least we had it 2 weeks ago, and hopefully it will continue this way this Thursday during the European Council. I would like to add one thing when it comes to the EU. I was asked recently whether Europe should not push more on the idea of European army. I am deeply convinced that it is in our interest to have NATO as the guarantee of our security. We should strengthen the European pillar within NATO. And the EU is not even designed for collective security. We have NATO for collective security, not the EU. But at the same time, we need to be autonomous. We need autonomy. But the idea, do you know what the NATO command structure or the NATO force structures look like? Those individual levels of command. It's so expensive and so difficult to manage and develop in the current alliance. It's impossible to think that anyone would be able to replicate these structures within the EU. It's absolutely unrealistic. So ideally, we should enhance our European pillar within NATO, within the existing structures.
I wanted to add that based on my previous experience, I am a huge supporter of ad hoc alliances because they have the ability to quickly resolve a crisis. If they are good enough, then we could use them for other cases, such as G7. If they are good, then they are used. If not, then without any big things, silently they stop their existence. I was quite close to establishing of G20 of the Ministry of Finance, and then when it was be elevated to the level of summit, well, actually one day when other members were not willing not to invite Russia, they just no longer received the decisive tasks, and the key decisions were made elsewhere. I'm sure that there will be many crises with respect to the global chaos, not only defense. We will need these ad hoc alliances of the willing. Thank you very much. That's all we heard from our panelists. Thank you very much. You were wonderful. You covered really important topics, and it's good that we heard them. I also want to thank Zbigniew for being able to somehow link the formerly quite closed defense bubble with other types of experts, in particular the economic community and the banking sector. We cannot do without them. So that's all. Thank you very much. A round of applause for all the panelists for being that great. And now, without further ado, I would like to ask Radka Konderlova to start the next panel. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to introduce to you the panelists, wonderful panelists. I'll start from the right. Lubomír Kovařík, chairman of the Defense Industry section of the Czech Chamber of Commerce. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On his left-hand side, Tomáš Kopečný, government envoy for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. And on my right-hand side, Jiří Šedivý, chief executive officer of the European defense industry. Hello. I have to say that my role is difficult and easy. Well, because the topic of defense industry has been mentioned several times, and it was a strong topic, so a lot of things have already been said. And that's why my role is even more complex. Well, as Lubomír Kovařík said, well, what are we going to talk about? But I believe that there are many topics that have not been covered fully. The previous panel was about the discussion of increasing defense spending that is related with the increase of military capabilities and modernization of the army, and also purchasing of new military material. And actually, Tomáš Pojar made a wonderful introduction also for our panel. But before I pass the floor on to the first panelist, a couple of figures. The Czech Republic, and it's known, has a good industrial base, security and defense base that is strongly focusing on export, 90%. It has got wonderful products in many areas, and Ernst & Young published a report that says that Czech Republic generates 1% of Czech GDP, and its export in 21 to 23 increased 3 times from 14 billion to 50 billion Czech crowns, and the revenues doubled. And last year, actually, there was yet another strong growth. Mr. Kovařík, I'll start with you. Increased defense spending, not only in the Czech Republic, will actually lead to the growth of the number of defense contracts within the NATO and also in other countries. Why is it a positive piece of news for the Czech economy? Why the new government should keep this actually direction, and what is the state of the Czech defense industry right now? And this is kind of an introduction for the afternoon panel. I will recap. Well, it's the Czech Republic is also pro-export oriented. We have about 20,000 employees directly and 30,000 indirectly linked to the defense industry, and 1% corresponds to 3 billion euros. Why invest into the local defense industry? Well, there are two layers. One is economic, and the predecessors spoke about it. Every crown invested into domestic products based on the study brings back 3 crowns back to the state budget, which is a clear economic answer to why we should focus on the domestic industry. The second layer is of a strategic nature. I've been talking today about the need to ensure defense capabilities. With a local industry, you cannot ensure strategic independence of the country. That's a simple answer as that. I would like to have an additional question. The Czech defense industry has wonderful products such as ammunition, weapons, passive monitoring or surveillance systems. etc. This is the condition right now. Where do you see the defense industry in 15 years, and what kind of products is the Czech industry going to produce? State-of-the-art products. I think that the Czech defense industry, perhaps we will not produce supersonic aircraft of 10th, 11th generation, but how we started cooperation and how we will continue in cooperating in the future, it will bear its fruit in R&D. Today, it turns out that Europe just missed its chance. Our defense manufacturing is not great, but we have to invest together into R&D. And when cooperating with the army, we just need to sit with the users, talk about their needs, talk about how we can involve R&D capacities. We heard that the defense industry always had the best R&D capacity, so that we are able to fulfill the needs of our client, that is the army, in order to reduce the dependency on foreign companies. I personally can imagine that the Czech defense industry will be a larger partner for the Czech army than today. You know that there are discussions about 40% limit for the defense industry out of the total number of all the contracts. I believe that it will be 60-70% actually.
Děkuji vám. Tomáši Kopečný. A řekla tady vlastně...
Tomáš, the previous panel said, specifically Jana Matasová, that defense industry could be the second important pillar of the Czech industry. Currently, the biggest driver is Ukraine. For certain companies, Ukraine has become the second market, almost domestic market. But let's look on it from a wider perspective. When you look at it from the point of view of other sectors of the Czech industry, what is the impact of the fact that ever since the conflict in Ukraine started, we were supporting defense supplies, and you also said that as part of the small reconstruction, there are already dozens of Czech companies active in Ukraine. What does it mean for the potential of other Czech companies getting involved in the large reconstruction? And what do you need to do at the level of the government in order to ensure that? Thank you for that. The civic reconstruction, this level of our relationship with Ukraine is depending on our military aid and support. At the very initial level of a business case, so if somebody wants to do a project with you, the willingness to go into it is multiplied in the Ukrainian case by the fact that you are from the Czech Republic and that the Czech Republic and Czech companies were saving thousands of Ukrainian lives. And then the door is opening to you. And of course, it does not mean that the business is done. No, you just need to have cheaper money. Financial tools that you provide to your Ukrainian partners that want to buy your products. How you can get it? Through standard tools such as insurance of exports or guarantee mechanisms, guarantees for loans that the client will get from the Ukrainian bank, but there will be also the Czech National Development Bank that will support the Ukrainian bank, that will reduce the interest rate from 18 to 8 to 10 to 12. And it all starts by, the fact that I want to do the business with the Czech Republic. And when we add also this financial support, so cheaper money thanks to the European Commission, because we got 4.7 billion crowns from the Commission a couple of days ago. It is then reflected in energy sector, healthcare, water management. So we are focusing on these three sectors, and we've been doing business missions in these three industries. And how come that the Czech Republic and the Czech companies are so successful? They were the first one there. They were not afraid to go there. And with the support of the Czech government, they managed to conclude contracts for dozens of billions of Czech crowns. And the similar actually story is seen at the civic level. So we have the doors open, we have financial tools, so we are able to offer good deals. And it is also supported by the fact that we are active there at places where others are afraid to go. In the east of the most destroyed parts of Ukraine, it is reflected in total numbers. The Czech exports in non-military part grew by 50% compared to pre-war, and we are talking about a country that lost 1/5 of its territory. So we can see that right now we are getting ready for the large reconstruction, and we hope that we will get to much higher amounts that the Czech companies will get thanks to their products or exports and investments, but it's all very, very closely linked. One more question for you, Tomáš. You have mentioned financial instruments, and it also follows up the previous panel. Institutions funding today, Ukrainian deals are basically a state-owned institution, the National Development Bank, or EGAP, a bank providing guarantees. What do you think needs to be improved? What needs to be done in order for the commercial banking sector joining in? Because there'll be huge money in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Yes, and the story of reconstruction of Ukraine will be about private money, the largest commercial banks and investor groups. As you have mentioned, the state-owned money that goes there, insurance or guarantees, it's a precondition necessary and also sufficient right now. But for the future, it will be almost necessary but not sufficient, because we will have a much larger capital that will have to be brought in through private entities. And the largest banks, European or US-based banks, are getting ready for that, or groups such as BlackRock, they are getting ready for having the money and for the time when the risk goes down sufficiently, when the war risk will go down, there will be no rockets. Then it actually tells you that we are at a phase that within a relatively short period of time from now, there could be dozens of billions of euros or hundreds of billions of euros into what Ukraine needs, into all the destroyed sectors, but the sectors that would need to be modernized. And a vast majority would have to be or could be supplied by commercial entities. And it is not a secret that none of the commercial entity would lose money there. So they have to make the calculations, and if they find out that, yes, there will be still a certain level of risk, but if they will calculate that they will make profit, they will go for it. And we can see it, and for example, MND, right now, they built a wind farm that supplies electricity to a large number of people, and it was based on Ukrainian banking funding. European banks do not go into it, but once they start, the leverage will be much higher. And it will be about, there is one more condition, that the state institutions an international institution, EBRD, EIB, or the national development banks would need to actually go into it. I said that we got 4.7 billion crowns, part of the guarantees that will generate even more money. You know, it's not that we got it just like that. There will have to be participation of the Czech National Development Bank, and it will depend if the Czech governments will actually invest something, 1/5, 1/10, and that will influence whether the Czech businesses will get money out of it. For example, the ammunition initiative, we paid 2.5% from the state budget. The rest is covered by our foreign partners. It will be different in a non-military project. You know, if we invest 1 billion, we will get 5. If not, then we will lose 6.
Another brief question. Do you see any changes in how the banks perceive Ukraine? No. Brief question, no. There are some discussions ongoing, but no, still they're afraid quite often these are subsidiaries of Western parent banks, and they're waiting to see how the war risk will continue. We can still see Mr. Solomon in the audience, so you can hear this. Well, let's go to Brussels now. Ursula von der Leyen introduced in the beginning of March her plan for rearming Europe, and today or tomorrow white paper on defense should be published by the new EU Commissioner for Defense, Kubilius, and the plan for new armament or rearmament of Europe has been mentioned here several times at the beginning of the conference. So, knowing the Brussels environment and its perception of the war in Ukraine, what the impact of the EU Commission plans will be on the Czech defense industry. Tomáš Pojar mentioned it already. It's not just about public procurement for the Czech army. It's also about, joint procurement, EU procurement. Well, thank you. We mentioned only several of the initiatives over the past 3 years. You also worked on one of the initiatives as a chairperson of one specialized committee within the European Council, which was focused on joint ammunition purchases and acquisitions. So there's also the European Defense Strategy, which is now being translated into a specific program for implementing this strategy. So all should be somehow interconnected with the white paper that you mentioned, that Ursula von der Leyen presented, or that you mentioned, and now Ursula von der Leyen came with the ReArm initiative with some 800 million euros over the period of 3 years, expecting that 650 will be covered by member states' budgets, and the rest will be covered by credits or loans. So there's a number of initiatives around. But your first question was how I perceive the development in Brussels. I must say that sometimes I'm quite perplexed. I'm quite confused. And I live there. I am surrounded by experts who try to explain it to me, but I think that for member states who don't have large departments for EU defense, it must be very difficult for them to wrap their heads around it, honestly. And the ambition of 800 billion euros in 3 or 4 years, it's a great ambition. We would be glad if it were implemented, but it will be up to the member states whether this happens or not. Money will be around. Money from shared budgets. But what does it mean? It means that there will be greater support for projects of various forms of cooperation. And we must realize that those member states and their actors and it does not have to be only defense industry. These countries will have comparative advantage in their actors, including defense industry, startups, various other companies. So a comparative advantage in access to these new financial instruments will be on the side of those who are already well established and have experience with this type of cooperation. And the Czech Republic is somewhat lagging behind, also compared to other member states who may not have such robust defense industries. I always like to name Greece or Portugal and other member states who don't have robust defense industries but are successful in getting their hands on EU funds. Also, the Baltic states and Poland. So what's very important is not to be afraid of establishing or striking international cooperation. Going to Brussels, approaching the European Defence Agency, because our aim is to establish contacts among various companies, including startups and so on. We have many instruments for that. So the European Defence Agency is kind of like, procurement agency or agency that helps establish contacts among various companies and potential business partners. So we have a database of potential business partners of companies. We have another facility or another instrument called Capability Technology Working Groups. These are working groups with technological know-how. We have some 15 of them. And these are companies with technological know-how in new materials, cybersecurity, space exploration, and so on. And what's also important for the Czech industry, and I truly believe that the Czech industry is highly competitive, not only in traditional areas, but also in, let's say, that high-tech or cutting-edge areas, is that we need to have the support from the Ministry of Defense. When I look at the comparable in terms of inhabitants of other member states, I can see already a triangle of development, so to say. So industry, defense, industry or the Ministry of Defense, which helps look for the opportunities. And in many countries, especially the smaller member states, the Ministries of Defense also have their own agency, which helps the smallest enterprises with red tape. The red tape is not as awful as we often hear, but at the same time, it is not easy either. Now we focus on short-term quantitative purchases, acquisitions, which makes sense. So we are in times of war. We supply to Ukraine. Our stockpiles are going down, so we need to replenish our stocks. But let's not forget about long-term development of our capabilities. Joint acquisitions or purchases is one thing, but the development of our capabilities is another. And I think that the REACH initiative is headed precisely in this direction. And I hope that in the next financial framework, 2028+7, we will focus on research, development, and innovation. So it's very important to strike the right balance between quantity and short-term objectives, as well as imminent impact of the war of Ukraine, and equality on the other hand, and focus on long-term projects which should increase our capabilities, open the doors to new capabilities and potential cooperations using the disruptive technologies. Thank you. I think you wanted to say RARE initiative, not REACH initiative, if I'm correct. Because REACH is what sometimes the defense industry is being suffocated by, because it's a regulation in the area of environment, and it doesn't have a positive impact on the defense industry. So REARM initiative, REARM, not REACH. But you mentioned you're kind of like, a dating agency. The EDA is like a dating agency. So a company approaches you and asks you what should they do. So what do you tell them? It's not that difficult. So I've mentioned the capability technology working groups. So basically, the company can look on our website. It can look at the individual working groups, which are broken down into often very technical topics. Even after 5 years in the EDA, I still do not understand most of these things, to be honest. So you can just look at our website, see for yourself whether there's something which basically aligns with your area of expertise, and then sign up. Just reach out to us. There's some brief procedure or short procedure where the Ministry of the Defense, or probably you or someone in your area, would confirm to us that yes, this company or startup or research center has your trust and confidence, and that's enough. These groups meet twice a day, and the primes, such as Leonardo or next Rheinmetall, they attend all these meetings of these groups, because they fish for new partners. They look for new partners for joint projects, especially among SMEs, and they also look for innovation, because innovation often are more flexible when they come from SMEs and startups. So come to us and we will help you. Thank you. So in order for the defense industry to become the second pillar of the Czech industry, and in order for it to keep its export-oriented position, what do you think we should do? Because we've heard that perhaps there might be, joint acquisitions, and that even though it's just at the beginning in Europe. So, Lubomír, is our defense industry getting ready for that, and what is it going to do for this objective?
Perhaps I'll go back to what Tomáš Pojar has said in his speech. The Czech Republic is trying to sort of bridge the investment debt, reaching huge numbers, 35 to 40 billion. Without changing the rules, it will not be possible. And I respect the Ministry of Defense that with a small number of personnel, they are able to process huge contracts. But without changing the processes in the Czech Republic, we will not do. I use one argument or case that is true for 70 years in the US, which says Buy American Act. If you want to supply to US entities, you have to fill in a certain quote, 50%. I think that next year it will be 75% of supplies needs to be US manufactured. That's it. Often we face that there are legal restrictions, but I don't believe that, because the European legislation allows you to do direct sort of contracts between governments. No problem. But what you have asked me about, the huge growth of defense spendings are related to processes, and the processes need to be changed and simplified and streamlined. We try to actually call on members of the defense industry to do joint projects as part of the European agency to create joint projects. And if you do not have information, I think you need to have 3 countries or companies from 3 different states in order to do that. There is not much experience in Czech companies, and the capabilities of Czech companies to fulfill certain requirements is not huge. And it's up to us, the defense industry, to do our part of the job. The Ministry of Defense is ready to support our companies, and we do it regularly, and we want to see more and more Czech companies participating in these events. Perhaps one more question for Jiří Šedivý. Often we hear about consolidation of the defense industry and security industry. Couldn't that direction be to the detriment of the Czech industry? Well, it's not in our interest for Europe to have, for example, 2 producers of tank ammunition. I believe that it is a question that we could ask in every EU member state where they have defense industry, and we'll hear the same or similar answer. Not consolidation in terms of creating large entities, but cooperation, yes, with the objective of sort of bridging over the fragmentation that is existing within the European defense industry, as it leads to reduced competitiveness with respect to the US, but also South Korea or Israel. Of course, it's not only the fragmentation, but also the costs of inputs, costs of labor, etc. But what is important, the initiatives that we are mentioning here and the funds that can be utilized only if 3 entities from 3 different member states are involved. In combination with large projects, this should lead, and I do not want to use the word consolidation because it has negative sort of meaning, but it should lead to more synergies among European defense stakeholders, and the problem of fragmentation is not primarily at the side of the supply, but it is based at the side of the demand. So once the demand is actually sort of larger projects, we talk about integrated air defense or other areas such as the whole segment of strategic means of support or electronic technologies, drones, new technologies, etc. All these areas are areas where the money will go, and they should generate large projects, and they should also motivate the industry to cooperate. Why am I asking this question? Often we hear that in the US the consolidation of the defense industry is at a very high level. Often large corporations are not able to sort of integrate innovative solutions into their solutions. That's why the question about consolidation of the defense industry, wouldn't it be in the interest of the Czech of the European industry to have it have a wider base, to have both large players and small players, as it would be important for the Czech Republic. Perhaps, Tomáš, I will ask this question to you. Well, there are its advantages, but many disadvantages with respect to integration of various systems into a single command. And I will perhaps explain how to approach this top-down question, whether we should build more prime entities, those industrial giants, or to support SMEs. We have to do both. The ecosystem is built on that. What the governments and the European Commission can do are three major things with respect to the European defense industry. First of all, deregulate, 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 mainly in ESG. Environmental, societal, and governmental norms make the money more expensive. If the project that asks for a loan facility does not comply with the requirements in terms of environment and social, we don't have to talk about the government. If the European defense industry faces the challenge that private investors do not want to be active because it's not worth it for them, and out of 50 largest companies, only one is defense company. Defense industry is not global economy. We have to be attractive for private investors, because the source of attractiveness is that it will make them more money. And it makes less money because of the regulatory mechanisms. When we talk about deregulation, environmental, it does not say anywhere. No European directive says that the defense industry is something bad or wrong. But the material, the raw material, which is used to manufacture weapon, actually falls into those materials that are not sort of nature friendly. And just turning this huge wheel, because we are not talking about one directive, but a huge bulk of legislation. It's better to deregulate through exemptions, to say strategically for this sector, defense industry, there'll be these exemptions when applying these standards and norms. So if you manufacture weapons, you don't have to focus on sort of using coals or using any other sort of energy medium that your carbon footprint is larger. Yes, we want the whole Green Deal to be reset. But when we want to focus on weapons, let's give them an exemption. And then the question of debt. Yeah, 750 billion euro was used for COVID pandemic. Let's increase the debt. Now in Germany, they have the government of Friedrich Merz that goes in this direction, is the biggest hope to increase security and freedom in Europe. And third, buy things outside of Europe. When we talk about Ukraine, that is currently the new big Israel in terms of technological progress. What Ukraine is missing in order to develop their defense industry more, it's capital. There are also some structural issues, but what is important to realize, if I am an investor and I want a new technology that has no competitors, then I can find it in Ukraine and I can invest in it. Then what I need is not only state-of-the-art technology, but also need to buy it in bulk elsewhere. We've had for 30 years free market, but it does not work like that anymore. You cannot get titanium whenever you want to. All these pressure metals, there was a huge new discussion about the effort of Ukraine to use out the precious resources from Ukraine. Well, you have to buy it and you have to own it and then base your supplier chain on that, whether we talk about nickel or titanium or other types of raw materials. The same applies to other means that you need in order to manufacture the final product. And ownership or partial ownership is the only thing that will allow us to have things under our control. For example, the two-part or three-part gunpowder, you cannot get it, not on eBay, not on Amazon, not used, not new. You have to ensure it through owning the supplier chain. So these are three main challenges. To incentivize these three main aspects will help us with defense and freedom.
Thank you. And this brings us to another topic. Again, we've heard several times that our defense industry is export-oriented and that we are on the margins of tariff wars. And this tariff war could have negative repercussions for the Czech Republic and its defense industry. So how is the Czech defense industry getting ready for that? Can it lead by example, or can Brussels lead by example? How can the Czech defense industry protect its interests in Brussels as part of larger business enterprises or associations? So what is the industry, the defense industry, doing to make sure or to mitigate the damage that could be done by the tariff wars? As regards the tariffs, I think that the tariffs on arms have not been applied yet, and I think it would not be as easy because Europe is an important market for U.S. defense companies, so the reciprocity would be actually to their detriment, not ours. And the CSG group invest large funds in U.S. companies in order to also have U.S. testimonials, U.S. references, because the U.S. is the largest arms market, both civil and military, in the world. And as regards the arms industry and the government, so there are two aspects. One of them is, stopping some processes such as ESG or Green Deal and other initiatives. Tomáš mentioned how difficult it is to build a factory for gunpowder on nitrocellulite. You will not build it today because before you get all the approvals and EIA and so on, the process will be blocked for 10 years. That's why we should finally wake up. The Czech government should say enough. All those EIAs, Green Deals and so on, it cannot be applied to the defense industry. I also think that the defense industry should be made part of strategic industries of the Czech Republic. And again, back to what Tomáš mentioned, if we want to have sufficient stockpiles for the Czech army as well as for export, heavens forbid another conflict, another war, it's essential to come back to material reserves. The mobilization, the needs of mobilization, these were forbidden words for many years. I'm sure you all remember that, but we need to reopen this discussion. We need to say clearly that in case of emergency. And it doesn't necessarily have to be mobilization. It could be state of emergency connected to COVID or another pandemic. We need you, the strategic enterprises, the strategic companies. We need you to manufacture these and these components and products. Please manufacture them. We will participate. We will support you. In the past, the Czech Republic had a system where some manufacturers had stockpiles of some essential materials or some raw materials that were necessary for certain components to be manufactured. And if this government were to do one thing, it should quickly come back to what I've mentioned before, so that we have these stockpiles, we have these reserves for cases of emergencies or various other contingencies. We need to block all the, unnecessary procedures that block processes aimed at building new factories and so on. So we need to make sure that we are able to draw funds to build factories. We need to make sure that we have the right conditions for the strategic industries and defense industries to be part of the strategic administration of the state, and in order to meet its strategic needs. Thank you, Mr. Kovařík. You opened up one important topic, mobilization supplies, which is a very topical issue at the ministry. We discuss it also with the administration of state reserves, but I was told that we will have to close our panel. So now I would like to pass the floor to the audience so that the speakers can react also to their inputs and perhaps then provide us some concluding remarks. So are there any questions? Doesn't appear so. So perhaps I might have a question myself regarding the mobilization or industrial mobilization, economic mobilization system. How should this system be anchored? You already hinted on that, but what would the benefits of this economic mobilization system would be for the entire economy, so that our audience understands it? There are two dimensions. The first dimension is that once we have clearly defined mobilization needs, including emergency and crisis management, so emergencies such as pandemic or crisis such as external threats, wars and so on. So once we have these mechanisms in place, so let's say selected companies, we can call them strategic companies, know exactly what to manufacture in what time horizon and for what purposes. It doesn't have to be ammunition. It could be respirators. It could be gas masks and other masks, surgical masks, and so on. So in case there's another pandemic, there are floods, there is an earthquake, the state can react much more swiftly and can cover the basic needs of the government and the state. And as regards the Ministry of Defense, perhaps covering its mobilization needs means that the state would know what it needs from individual companies, strategic companies, how it can replenish its stockpiles, and it doesn't have to create new production capacities. It has another aspect called production ability. It means that in the past there were some companies who had their production capacities maintained a certain level, so that in case the government says we need you to start producing right now, they were able to. And today I'm not sure how many companies would be able to do so or are engaged in these processes. I would say maybe up to 5 companies, perhaps maybe 10 companies, but I'm sure both fingers on both hands would be enough to count them. Thank you. Perhaps one area which could lead by example, or one area where something worked in the past and better than today. So to make sure. There is one question from Jan Jereš. I have a question regarding regulation, which has resonated since the beginning of today's conference. So, general calls for reducing regulation, streamlining regulations so that our hands are no longer tied, so that we don't have to face the same environmental requirements as other sectors. But I'll ask you quite bluntly, all panelists, isn't that unrealistic for the defense industry to have an exception while the regulation still applies to other sectors? Because the other sectors would protest. They wouldn't like it, and they would do anything in their power in order to prevent the defense industry to have this privileged or preferential treatment, don't you think? Because plus we cannot divide the defense industry from other sectors of industry. Plus, we are not talking only about the defense industry as such, which could be easily defined, but we are talking about the fact that the Czech Republic and Europe needs to strengthen its industrial base as such. Because basically all industrial sectors are an important element of the defense sector and are a precondition for providing for our security. So if I were to ask you in specific terms, how would you imagine this deregulation vis-à-vis the defense industry, both at the Czech as well as European levels?
Lubomír Kovařík. Well, from my point of view, defense industry is in the strategic interest of the state. If we define strategic interest by the state here in the Czech Republic, it's up to us, the Czech Republic and the government, to define how we approach it and how we create conditions so that for when we talk about 6-year area to cut it to 2 or half a year or something like that. Recently, I went abroad and my partner told me, when we were complaining about the building procedure, you heard from Karel Řehka how much time you need to build a house for the army. Well, in our country, it's easy. The state has 30 days to comment on it, additional 30 days if it's a complex project. If they fail to do that, then the building procedure is successfully completed, because that's it. And I think that there are ways how to help the industry, not only the defense industry. There are many ways, but we lack courage that we actually need. I think that the solution cannot be on the national level. In our context, that's nonsense, because most of the measures are based on the European legislation, European standards. So very practically, both these layers are part of the discussion. First of all, other sectors would start shouting, yes, of course. There would be somebody shouting if you leave them aside. But what about, other sectors? When you look, agriculture forms or gets 30% of the European budget. It's a question of political will. When the European Commission and the European Union as such, including the Council and the Member States, agree that this is a strategic interest to defend its prosperity and freedom, then they could set up the parameters so that one sector is in a more advantageous position, regulatory, etc. But the other thing is how to do it practically, so that we do not improve the conditions only for the final producers who have the license, but also for their supply chain. As I have mentioned, that you need to buy the companies abroad, for example. Of course, you need to have that in the regulatory measures, and you have to have it highlighted and listed. That is the first category, dual use. When you include also dual-use goods, then you can clearly get to the situation that once something is manufactured and it's used also for the defense industry, it could also use the same exemption. And then there are primary raw materials, and we don't have to deregulate the mining or extraction of the raw materials, but there are quite clear practical solutions to that. It's just a question of political will to say we want to do it, and as a whole, as the European Union, as a European Union, and it will cost something, but it will bring benefits. I have good piece of news. We have started mapping and identifying the basic fundamental regulatory measures that need to be opened up in order to mitigate the condition and to seek also support from other member states. Now I would like to ask all the panelists to give us the final message. Could you please comment on why do you believe that the role of the defense industry is of key importance for the whole economy? Why do you believe it makes sense to increase defense spending? Well, every single crown that you invest into Czech defense industry will bring 3 more. The mathematics, it's easy. How come it makes sense, political sense? Well, our topic is of this conference is as it is, and we just cannot ensure security without a functioning defense industry and army. I believe that for 30 years we've been saying we have to be a strong part of the European structure so that they take care of us, take care of our security. And the title of the conference is that it cannot be taken for granted. But what is important, just realizing that no one is going to take care of ourselves. We need to take care of ourselves. And perhaps in our neighborhood, we will find a lot of countries that will have a similar approach, that will also want to take care of themselves. They will not wait for others to take care of them, because if it's the world who takes care of yourselves, then it's not in a way how you would like to. And that's the main message that relates to armament. Yes, we need to take care of ourselves, but perhaps we'll find lots of partners to cooperate with. That's why we have to be active on the international scene. As St. Augustine has said, world as a book. And those who do not travel, stay only at home, it's as if they only read just one page. So what should we do? Travel and have international partnership. It's not enough. Through this partnership, you have to achieve, as Theodore Roosevelt said, only those who speak softly and have a strong stick will go further. And we have to practically and rationally communicate with those who make us angry, frustrate us, but we need them for our security, to have the stick to defend ourselves, whether these are the allies in the States or others. So thank you, that's all from me. Is Jiří Šedivý also to have a quote? No, but I would like to go back to the debate about taxonomy and the ESG. What I would want to say, the defense industry is not part of this. The problem is that many banks and financial institutions act as activists, and we keep talking to them, and they say, well, our shareholders do not want us to fund defense industry. Our shareholders care. And then there is the European Investment Bank, and there is a certain shift, and we also talk to them. And then the final message, and I always say and it's not easy, but it's true. Without defense industry, we will not have military defense capabilities. Without these capabilities, we will have no defense, we will have no sustainability, and we'll have no democracy. It's easy as that. So these were the final words of Jiří Šedivý. I can see one more hand. We just wanted to close this panel, but we have one more question. I do apologize, but despite that, well, we talked about the strategic interests, that we all understand the importance, but the legislative processes take much time. I understand that certain situations you can resolve it by exemptions, but we do not think about the fact that outside there is a society, or the majority of the society, and do we believe that they will agree with these exemptions? Aren't you afraid that the society will not be in line with the strategic interest of the state? What I have not heard was that communication by the state with respect to the society should take place in order to avoid future problems. Thank you very much for the question or your comment. I will leave it for the political debate. I think that this is the question and topic that has to be discussed during the political panel. So big thanks to all the panelists. Thank you.
Dámy a pánové, nekončíme.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a coffee break. We continue, so please stay with us. We know who's here and who's following us and who is not, so please come back.
Začíná. Já se budu držet programu a v programu je... Tak pánové generálové budou mít prezentace, takže doporučuji všem, aby přišli.
The generals will have presentations, so I would like to encourage everyone to come back.
Začneme, předpokládám, že ostatní přijdou, ale vzhledem k tomu, že...
Okay, so let's start. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, so we should continue because we are somewhat restricted in time. And we still have our keynote speakers ahead of us, so let's try to stick with the schedule. We're talking about economy and defense, and just like economy and defense are joint vessels, the same goes for security and defense. And one cannot be without the other. And that's why we cannot discuss only the capabilities of our army and the needs of our army, but also we also have to discuss the domestic on the domestic issues. Because our defense capabilities and our security can then lean on these capabilities. That's why it is my greatest pleasure to welcome both generals here, Lieutenant General Vladimír Vlček, Director General of the Fire Rescue Service of the Czech Republic, and Lieutenant General Martin Vondrášek, President of the Police of the Czech Republic. So they will have their presentations, and then we will see how much time we have left for the presentations. But thank you for being here with us. And Vladimír, take to the stage. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I would like to thank you for being able to link security in the larger context, not only with external security, but also with our internal security. I approached my speech today in a slightly different fashion than last year. I wanted to focus on what we have in common, or on the other hand, where our Achilles heel is. We've heard before that there's only one security and that it cannot be divided, but still I see three pillars. The first one is external security, defense, then our external security, but then there's something that goes across both of them, which is resilience. Resilience of the society, resilience of the citizens. If I were to look at crisis or emergency situations in the Czech Republic and their processes, we can see that if there's a contingency, an emergent situation, we have a state of emergency, which can be used both in the times of peace and the times of war. And that's why we need to have synergies between military cooperation or civic military cooperation and wartime military cooperation. When we look at our defense and security, we can see that on the one side we are getting ready for external security threats, although, thank God, we don't have much experience with that in the modern days of our country, apart from some foreign missions. But at the same time, our security community still has to deal with some internal security risks. And these security capabilities, internal security capabilities, are being tested on a daily basis. So, and the third pillar, which covers both areas, which I called resilience, means cooperation of all these entities, of all these bodies on one side, the legal infrastructure, the juridical bodies, and everyone else, and the citizens, and how they are ready to resist these threats. And in practice, this system is not unified in the public administration sector. Sometimes it's much easier for a private entity to act because as part of their business continuity, they have contingencies in play. They have in place, and private companies are then much better placed to react to these emergencies or contingencies. Whereas, on the other hand, in public administration, the situation is quite different. Yes, we have mechanisms in place to code. I'd like to say that it is up to the central bodies of our administration to start implementing the basic areas or the basic priorities set out by NATO. So What about the support to the activities of the Czech armed forces in providing in this area? In this area, we have some legislative gaps because the integrated rescue service elements do not cooperate as well as they could. We work on that as part of various exercises, but our legislation doesn't provide for the position of host country of an army, and we are only at the beginnings of an information platform for data sharing between the integrated rescue services and the army of the Czech Republic. And what's also important, regardless of which part of the integrated rescue service you are, is a clear definition of requirements from the army. In other words, how do you expect us to provide support to the host country? And here is our action plan for threats of non-military nature. So, of course, it should be regulated by an updated crisis legislation, which is perhaps something that we have to do. But perhaps we will have new threats, or perhaps some threats will be dropped. But I think there might be new threats included on the list as a result of the situation in Ukraine. But one area that is of utmost importance for us is communication. We are trying to create a platform, national platform for crisis communication, so that we have the same view of the crisis situation, so that we share data regarding the deployed forces and means and disposable means, so that we have an automated system for sharing data, such as the dashboards regarding the services used and provided. Plus, we also need to have a functioning crisis management system. We saw it during the COVID pandemic that we need to have a clear structure for that.
I have selected a couple of slides that were produced by the emergency team during the floods by the Ministry of the Interior, and you can see what are the steps that could improve emergency communication, that is strengthening communication capacity, building an early warning system, ensuring that information is accessible to all, also raising public awareness and encouraging active involvement of citizens. One of the things that relates to early warning systems, when we talk about specific cooperation of the defense or the army and the fire rescue system, is building a cell broadcast system. It works in certain European countries, not in all of them. There are certain political regulations, and we saw it in Spain during their floodings. We have, together with the army and the providers who build mobile networks, we just want to launch this system this year. I'll go back to the resilience of major players. One of the priorities is the implementation of the European directive about critical infrastructure. Of course, it's in the legislative process, and I would say that I'm still an optimist, and this directive should be, hopefully, or would be implemented during this session of the Parliament, as it limits us not only by the fact that we need to adopt it, but it also has an impact on the quality and ensuring resilience with respect of what we've seen during the flooding, such as the blackouts, and it could help mayors of towns and cities when preparing for these emergency situations. I don't want to repeat myself, but what are the other measures to protect the population? We need to fund it, whether we talk about shelters, whether we talk about warning or notifications, or personal protective equipment, or emergency survival resources, and also education of our citizens. We have a separate sort of education through various projects, but for us these are challenges that should be harmonized. And we heard about it from Minister of Defense. This is the 72-hour concept and similar measures. What we really did not complete it is the training of key personnel. For us, the role model for us is Finland. They've been working on it since 1963. These are persons not only from public administration, but also from business or media. And since 1963, they've managed to carry out 250 courses, and they were able to train over 10,000 people in this area. And this is something that we have to focus on. When you look at the statistical data on training of mayors, we are at 65%, and these are only mayors, and we do it after every single regional elections. But we have the tools that could be used, for example, the Institute of Public Administration. Another topic that resonates a lot at the level of self-governance are the cards for mayors, sort of instructions and checklists, what to do in case of emergencies. What is the role of the society when we talk about resilience? We see on this slide that, there are headlines such as social cohesion, education and awareness, effective institutions, environmental sustainability, but also economic stability. And this is something that we need to absorb in order for our society to be resilient and be able to respond quickly, and so that we are able to learn a lesson from crisis. In the morning, we talked about shared security model and what we want from this model. Well, actually, the citizens will be better prepared. We will actually support the awareness about security, and then the citizens will respond better to security incidents, and there will be better cooperation. When we look at the role of the citizen, we have to say clearly that a citizen is the cornerstone of resilience. A society will only be as resilient as its individual citizens or its weakest link. And every citizen can contribute by being prepared for these emergency situations. They'll be involved in a community, whether it's a municipality, neighborhood help, and they will also monitor verified information and follow instructions of authorities. And they cannot be just passive recipients, but also active creators of a resilient society. And that's one of the messages that should be spread out. When we look at the actually opinion poll, we have found out that citizens have really high expectations from the state. And related to a crisis or emergency situation, the state should take care of everything. That's the expectation, but it's not possible. And 78% of people believe that. On the other hand, when you look below on this slide, you can see that citizens also are willing to participate and participate in their preparation and resilience. And that is a very positive piece of news. Citizens also believe that the state is not quite ready for these emergency situations. So what is in blue? It's the readiness. and it does not reach 50% even in cases such as floodings. So for us, whether we like it or not, it has to be an impulse to focus on education of citizens. And to conclude, what is our preparedness and resilience? Let's say that the system preparedness is the ability to plan and to deal with emergencies, linked to some principles in legislation, also linked to high level of technical equipment and preparedness. And you will hear about it also from the President of the Police of the Czech Republic, and also a high level of flexibility. We have the proof in the case of floodings and also other emergencies. We Czechs are able to create things out of nothing, but this is not a systemic solution, and we need to have a systemic solution. I think that increasing the resilience of the system must be a national priority, and it means changing of the approach of the society. And this means not only changing legislation or ensuring funding and providing training and education to citizens, but above all, it means changes in our mindset. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
A poprosil bych Martina o své slajdy, o svoji prezentaci.
Thank you. And now, Martin, the floor is yours.
Krásný den ode mne, dámy a pánové. Předně mi dovolte, abych
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting the Integrated Rescue Services representatives to this conference as well. The conference titled Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted. I'm glad that we talk about security in both the external as well as internal context, that we discuss how we can ensure the safety of our citizens, both internally as well as in case of an armed conflict. I represent here the biggest security body in the Czech Republic that is responsible for internal security. But we also need to have an overreach to other areas. But I will come back to that later. If we are to talk about internal or domestic security, we have to know what the main indicators of internal security of the Czech Republic are. We need to know the most significant or the biggest threats to internal security of the Czech Republic. And we also need to have an overview of our human resources, including financial and technological means. And we should also ask ourselves a number of questions and talk about the cornerstones of our future security. It's very difficult to discuss all these issues within only 15 minutes, and I hope that the questions that I prepared for you towards the end of my presentations will give you some food for thought. It's very difficult to discuss internal security based on the subjective feelings of citizens. We need to look at hard data. And the hard data is the development or the trends in crimes, as well as the traffic accidents and other signs that are the main signs of our internal security. If you look at crime rates in the Czech Republic, we cannot really include the years 2021, which were affected by the pandemic. But when you look at the trends in our crime rate, you can see that our crime rate has been gradually decreasing. In 2024, we've had annually significant or a drop by 4.5 percentage points or percent in crime rate. But we also have to look at the structure of crimes. Some 54% of crimes are financial crimes or property-related crimes in the Czech Republic. But when we look physical crimes. Crimes to physical health of a person. There has been a change in the past. There has been a shift in verbal violence. These figures do not show you the statistics on the attacks on personal or physical integrity, but these are crimes such as extortion, stalking, violence against a group of citizens or an individual, and other crimes that are perceived sometimes normal in anonymous virtual world, but we would never do that in the physical world, which is something that we try to focus on. And another trend, which is quite crucial, is the proportion of registered cybercrime over the last 10 years. It's a form of crime. When you look at the past 3 years, you can see that 1/10 of all crimes in the Czech Republic takes place online. It means some 18,000 crimes each year, or criminal acts each year. Whereas some 18% of those are some frauds or phishing attacks and so on. There's a huge latency rate and a very high level of sophistication of these attacks and criminal acts. In this area, we focus on prevention because education is the best prevention of these crimes and of our citizens falling victims to these crimes. We try to have earmarked the necessary funds. We are able to identify various sources. We disrupted big 4 call centers over the past years, and our team called Offensive switched off 2,400 damaged or damaging domains and prevented damage in the amount of almost 500 million Czech crowns. Another criterion of assessing internal security is irregular migration. Irregular migration is quite simple. We have 2 experiences, one in 2015 and one in 2022. And when you look at the yellow numbers, you can see transitory migration, and when you look at the gray column, you can see illegal acts in the territory of the Czech Republic. Transitory migration over the past 5 years has been the lowest historically, despite the fact that in the Czech Republic we have 1.1 million foreigners in the Czech Republic living here. And according to my statistics and Dr. Heischmann, the architect of our migration policy, it's the critical level that can still be handled. But anything above this level requires our great and acute attention. Out of the 10% of our foreign population, some 50% are Ukrainian nationals, whereas some 180,000 of them are Ukrainian diaspora, and some 380,000 of them are those with the status, with the temporary protection status that they were awarded after the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And last but not least, another factor in our security are the rate of traffic accidents on our roads. It might seem amusing, but when I tell you that every minute, 1 in 6 minutes, a traffic accident takes place, a person is injured or someone dies, it's not so amusing anymore. And since 1961, when traffic accidents started to be recorded, we've reached the lowest rate of serious repercussions of traffic accidents. So, to sum up, the crime rate in the Czech Republic has been on the decrease, has been dropping. It's also thanks to our bilateral missions and various other activities of Serbia and Hungary. We are not no longer a transitory or a target country of migration, and since 1961 we've had the lowest traffic accident rates in the Czech Republic. So to sum up, and I don't have to quote San Agustin and so on, but if I look abroad, I can see that we live in safe haven, and sometimes I feel that we take it for granted, that we think that it will be like that forever. And even when we discuss wars in various other regions, we sometimes tend to forget about our internal security. I personally think that our internal security is a great value, and I can tell you that 40,000 of police officers fight crime on a daily basis. And I'm not trying to compare the police with the army, but we face 3.5 thousand or 4,000 acts of violence on a daily basis. And apart from the trends and their developments of past years, we also have to look at the top threats to internal security. So refugee and migration crisis or migration wave, that's one of the threats to our internal security. So, and it's not only about preventing irregular migration, but it's also about how the refugees are prone to crime, also hybrid warfare or hybrid threats from foreign countries, and this is not something that can be stopped on the borders. We've created our national center for information center for cybersecurity, and I think that the cooperation of individual departments of the police of the Czech Republic is at record high levels, and we've improved significantly our cooperation with our foreign counterparts. And in case basically of any important transborder cooperation, we always cooperate with Europol or other counterparts. We invest significant funds in modernizing our communication infrastructure, our data warehouse, and our analytical tools, so that our data as well as personal information of our citizens is as safe as possible. Also, terrorist attacks and active shooters. This is something which was quite remote to us, quite distant up until the tragic events of the Faculty of Arts of Charles University, and we still evaluate dozens of threats every day, so that or dozens of measures that could be implemented in order to prevent something like that from happening again. And there isn't a single week where we wouldn't have to deal with threats against peers in schools, or against threats against soft targets. Every week we have various consultations regarding the safety of individual institutions and other soft targets. As regards the negative impacts or economic crisis in the area of public order, we have to say that the scissors are widening, or the gap is widening, especially since the COVID pandemic. And since then, in the area of public order or public space, we can see that there has been a great disruption to the public peace, public truce, which brings me to another increase of or potential increase of crime rate. This is something that we can handle unless there is a huge peak in unemployment, and as long as the sanctioning policy of this country is effective.
And then extraordinary events of natural and anthropogeneous nature. We have experience with a tornado, with floodings yesterday. We stopped being active at the borders because of the foot and mouth disease threat. So that's about the top threats to internal security. So what are the human resources of the police of the Czech Republic? I do not want to tie you down by the figures, but if you look at all the curves, you can see that the number of policemen, civil employees, or the overall number of human resources of the police, Czech Republic, remains the same more or less. But there is a huge but. In the past 10 years, we have developed motorways. We have 4 new centers of drones. We develop anti-drone protection. We have a wider and denser network of motorways. We had to create a department of AI. We have also a department fighting against terrorism. We had to invest human resources into analytical capabilities of the police. There are many new activities and topics, and if we invest human resources into these new areas, then naturally there is lack of men at the basic units. Human resources, when we talk about the crime police and organizational, we just make sure that they do not sort of fluctuate in between the units. And I don't like it when people distinguish between those policemen who are in the field, in the streets, and those who are in the offices. Why am I talking about human resources? We need to develop human resources, and without investing into human resources, we are not going to be competitive, and we are not going to be able to stabilize our course. This is the second chart I want you to remember when you talk about internal security and investment into internal security. You can see that we are quite successful in recruitment. We are able to appeal to tens of thousands of young people. We have 2,000 newcomers every year. We have successful recruitment activities. But I do apologize, but many policemen stop being policemen in the first year of their service, as the remuneration system is not sufficient to provide for their life, and they just leave. We are happy that we are able to hire new people. They are motivated, but then we are sad that the conditions that we can offer to them are not sufficient to keep these men and women. We heard a lot about defense spending. I do not want to burden you with money, but what I want to stress here is that what the Czech Republic did not succeed in. I have some information resources from Germany, Poland, Austria, and I believe that similarly to defense, internal security deserves actually funding that is predictable and also linear growth into internal security. When we talk only about salaries and wages, you can see that from 2014 it was linear and it reflected the growth of average wage in the Czech Republic and the possibilities of the state. In 2020, for 3 years, we've seen stagnation of the growth, and the same happened in 2024. What does it mean? We are no longer competitive on the labor market. It means that we are not the first choice, but the second, third, or fourth when talking about secondary school students. And that means that the whole education system actually is more burdened if we want to keep the quality of our personnel. In 2020, the salary of a policeman was 140% of the average. Now it is 123%. We are not asking for huge money. We just want the state, irrespective of its government, realizes that in order to stabilize all the 7 security cores, they have to keep the linear growth. I should talk about the civic employees, but it would take me too much time. For budgetary reasons, we had to say goodbye to 750 such employees. And when you ask me who does their work, I'm sure you know the answer. Now, what is the outlook, sort of budgetary responsibility for the future? That is the share of spending on internal security with respect to GDP. For several hours, we've been talking about GDP share in defense spending, and I do not have an ambition to assess whether it should be 2%, 3%, or 5%, and I will never envy that army can get it, because I believe that they need it. I think that in the past we focused on internal security and forgot about the external security, and now it's the other way around. We forget about internal security and focus on external security. In 2024, the first good step towards stability and growth, we could see it. When you look at internal security, starting from 2020, the spending is decreasing. In 20, it was 0.85%, now 0.7% of GDP. It's important for us to know for the future what the level is going to be, and to know it for more than just one fiscal year. Every year in spring, we fight for our budget. We learn about its shape in autumn, and then we have a very short period of time in order to prepare a reasonable plan and then implement it. 1 year is just not sufficient. Just for your information, when we added our other requirements, we got to 0.85%, not larger what was in 2020. And that takes me to the conclusions. I had 2 slides that actually included on the measures that we would want to implement and that we like to talk about. But I decided to do it in another way. I wanted to give you a couple of questions, as I believe that you really care about our security. The first question is, do we want to see a trend of reduced crime rate? Do we want to be a target or transit migration country? Do we want or do we not want to see more fatalities on Czech roads? Do we want or do we not want a person in the Czech Republic being afraid walking during the night, walk the streets? I do apologize for this stupid question, but I'm asking this question for a simple reason, because if we want to have that and we don't want to have violence in our streets, similarly to France, if we do not want to see daily attacks, but cold weapons in streets similarly to Germany, or to have really incidents with firearms as in Sweden, and if we do not want to be a target country of illegal migration, similarly to Austria, then we have to do something about security and not just wait for this to happen. Second question, are we to develop human resources and our technology preparedness only when the new technologies come, or should we get ready for them in advance? Can we develop capabilities of our security corps and units with only a year perspective? Can the security units rely on the army during emergency situations, or is it the other way around? Are security units competitive on the labor market? Should there be huge differences in competitiveness of our 7 units? Do we want to have a balanced system of internal and external security? Or are we going to talk about only defense spending? I do apologize, but these are my questions that I have for you. And I would like you to think about these questions and try to answer these questions. And in your area of expertise, whether it's legislation, business, research, scientific activities, take steps that you believe are important. My position is quite clear. The police of the Czech Republic is ready to face new security challenges. We have wonderful people, but we just need to know what are the conditions in 1 year's time, 2 years' time. Without trust and your support, we will not make it. Internal security spending with respect to GDP does not have to be increased every year, but it has to be kept on the same level long term. And if the police should have sufficient funding, then we need an amount that will be about 0.85% of GDP. Thank you very much for your attention.
Děkuji mnohokrát. Máme 2 minuty, takže já položím jednu otázku.
We have 2 minutes, so I'll ask you one question. I'll ask both gentlemen one question, and I'll be looking forward to their answers. From the very beginning, we've been talking about the synergies between external and internal securities, that they are two parts of a whole, and that also we need to have some predictability in our funding so that we can invest, we can make acquisitions and so on. And not only in terms of technologies and technological acquisitions, but also in terms of human resources. We've also mentioned centralization several times, and it was not only with regard to the redistribution of EU funds, but also with efficiencies elsewhere. Or Europe talks more about or increasingly about single acquisitions or joint acquisitions in order to take the benefit of economies of scale and reduce the prices of these acquisitions. And sometimes we hear it also here in the Czech Republic. We also want to use the economy of scale and employ predictability in our financial planning. But here we have to face with the Czech DNA. We are faced with the Czech DNA and the resortism, the tendency to distribute everything in individual ministries, and we often have tunnel vision, so to say, and we only see what concerns our areas. But if we want to buy boots for our police officers, we should also think about buying the same boots for maybe firemen or our army and so on. And if I want to buy civilian cars again or civilian vehicles again, the more you buy, the less you pay. The same goes for various other systems and softwares and so on. It's not always possible, but if it is possible, then we should do it. And if it is possible, then it's also desirable. And do you think that here in the Czech Republic we can use or we can take benefit of joint acquisitions, just like we are trying to achieve the same at the European level? Because once the Czech Republic joins a German contract for new tanks, the tanks will be cheaper than if we were to buy them on our own. But of course we have to integrate our industry, not only 40% of our own tanks, some 70 tanks, but also let's say 20% of all 350 tanks that will be acquired or bought across the EU. So what do you think? Do you see a light at the end of the tunnel in this regard? Well, I must say, yes, I see a very bright light, not just a light, but a very bright light. I can give you a few examples. After years, we're finally able to agree with the Ministry of Defense and the Army of the Czech Republic that if we buy, let's say, hundreds of tanks or cisterns or vehicles or trucks, then it's much better to cooperate across the ministries. And if we have or acquire jointly some communication tools, again, it can be much cheaper. And I'm not talking only about the national level, but also the international level. And we've been discussing very closely these issues with Poland, with Slovakia, so we can have joint acquisitions with them, also acquisitions of commodities that we need the same, that are the same, and that with regard to these joint acquisitions or joint contracts could actually come out cheaper because of economy of scale. And of course we have some framework agreements for the acquisition, or let's say, of energies or vehicles and so on. And yes, then we are members of these framework agreements. And of course we are very much in favor of joint acquisitions. Okay, I wanted to ask you, do you want to have a practical or theoretical answer? So, in terms of theory, yes, we would be against ourselves if we didn't go in this direction. And basically we're forced to do so in the past already, because we know how to cooperate with the army when it comes to a number of projects. And there's already one such project when we cooperate with the army on the development of various information systems and so on. So yes, there are some synergies with the army, also in the area of investments. But on the other hand, we have to respect the legal environment that regulates public procurement in the Czech Republic. And back to what you said, Tomáš, when it comes to long-term investments, when we are not under time pressure, that's precisely the area in which we should cooperate. But in areas where we are under time pressures, let's say we need to change ballistic vests in a year, we need to change vehicles in a year, we cannot afford that. But if we did not have 14 different regional directorates across the country, then it would be much easier. And of course, if we cannot cooperate across the 14 regional directorates, then our police officers will not have vehicles to drive in and so on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's some hope at the end of the tunnel, at the end of the dark tunnel. I am deeply convinced that this is the way to go, through various framework agreements, joint agreements, and so on, ideally across the entire country, and perhaps even cross-border cooperation would be welcome. And it would be much welcome for both our economy as well as security of supplies. And if our industry is involved, then even better. And it definitely makes sense. Thank you for your cooperation. And thank you, both gentlemen, for your presentations, for your statistics, for your hard data. And now I would like to ask you to be back in 25 minutes for our keynote speaker, followed by the speech of the President of the Republic.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem. Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
On attaque contre
An
une
attack
manche,
on one of
et on
us
attaque
is an
contre
attack
l'autre.
on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la crize.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci? Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem. Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
On attaque contre
An
une
attack
marche
on one of
et on
us
attaque
is an
contre
attack
l'autre.
on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomats.
Și reacționăm la crize.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme na to.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem. Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
On attaque contre
An
une
attack
nôtre,
on one of
et on
us
attaque
is an
contre
attack
l'autre.
on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.
Dámy a pánové, dobré odpoledne.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. President Petr Pavel is here with us. Please take your seats so that we can start the second part of the 12th National Conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted. I'll give you a couple of more seconds. Thank you very much for sticking to a very busy schedule. Mr. President, Mr. Commissioner, Minister, dear deputies, welcome to the second part of this conference, in which we will hear keynote speech delivered by advisor to the President of Ukraine, Alexander Kamyshin, also addressed by President of the Czech Republic, and then we will have the political debate with representative of all the 7 political parties from the Chamber of Deputies. But first of all, I would like to ask Tomáš Kopečný to introduce our keynote speaker. Dear Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to introduce to you our keynote speaker. 7 days ago, I walked in Kiev. I just left the office of the Ukrainian government and I was walking along Chreshchatyk, and Alexander called me. He was going back from Jeddah from the peace talks with the US. He heard that I was in Kiev, so 6 days ago we met and we were talking about the intensive cooperation between the Czech Republic and Ukraine that has developed in the past 3 years in a way that Czech companies can really think about Ukraine as the domestic market, because they are considered to be domestic businesses there. But we have not talked only about specific procedures for specific business cases. I told to Alexandra that he should talk to these businesses in person, and that this conference, our security cannot be taken for granted, is a great opportunity, because it is the place where all the top representatives of the defense industry and political representatives would meet. And that was 5 days after the talk that the conference started, and he looked at me when I asked him if he would like to join. Well, I don't understand, Tomáš. Why are you asking me? You should tell me this is important and I will come. So I told him it's important. And Alexander answered, I understand and I'll come. He took the whole generation of the Minister for Strategic Industry and other representatives, and 5 days later we had dinner together in Manes, and the 6 days after we talked, we had this conference. So this principle, simple, conversations and agreements, this is how it works. All the supplies, the Czech supplies to Ukraine ever since the first days and weeks, throughout the 3 years, the fact that we became the second largest supplier of large ammunition, that was the responsibility of Ukrainian Railways, falling under Minister or under Alexander Kamyshin. And, you might be surprised that the trains are never late. They always arrive right on the timetable. And it was because of wonderful management of Alexander Kamyshin and his team. Several months later, Alexander was appointed to be the Minister of Strategic Industry. That includes the defense industry, but also other sectors such as the rocket industry, air industry. etc. So whatever is strategic for Ukraine, that was managed by Alexander and his team. That was the period of time when 2 years ago our president, Petr Pavel, visited Ukraine, and he announced that in 6 particular business projects we are talking about transferring our technologies and supporting manufacturing capacities directly in Ukraine. And thanks to work and management of Alexander, of his team and our team, 2 years later we have a couple of factories manufacturing, and we are the first country that actually transferred their manufacture from safe Europe to war Ukraine. Therefore, I would like to welcome here Alexander Kamyshin from the bottom of my heart, and I would like to also invite Minister for Strategic Industry Herman Smetanin. Alexander, Herman, please join me. Alexander has brought a strategic speech. Herman, a small surprise for one of the most important personalities in support of Ukraine and also of our foreign policy. And I'll ask the Minister, Herman Smetanin, to invite that particular person who is going to be awarded something.
Ladies and gentlemen, President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky awarded Tomasz Poyer an Order of Prince Yaroslav the Wise. This is an honor for me to present this award, and especially nice do it in this forum in Czech Republic. We are thankful to Tomasz Poyer, President of Czech Republic Petr Pavel, Government of Czech Republic, and all the people of Czech Republic for your help in this war with Russian Federation. Děkuji na krak. Tomasz.
In 1968, there were few courageous citizens of Soviet Union who demonstrated on the Russian Red Square and in other cities of the former Soviet Union against the invasion of that time Czechoslovakia. 2 of them were Ukrainians, as far as I remember. One Ukrainian, Vyacheslav Chernovil, the second one, Crimean Tatar Mustafa Jamiliev. We are thankful to them, and they were demonstrating under the slogan "For your and for our freedom." We didn't need to demonstrate here any great strengths, but what we are doing it is, and why we are doing it, it is for your and our freedom. Thank you very much.
And now, as promised, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Kamyshin.
Thank you, Tomasz. Thank you, Tomasz. My President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank you for standing with us for already 1,119 days. Yes, it's already that long. Yes, I know I've said thanks before. And yes, there would be never enough. Děkuji mnohokrát. I will speak for defense industry today because defense industry is the backbone of security. And if security doesn't come as for granted, then there is a cost. And I'll tell you what's the real cost of security. That's thousands of killed. That's thousands of wounded. That's millions of temporarily displaced people of your country. That's the real cost. But you can avoid this cost if your leadership is strong enough, and I know it is, and if your industry is good enough. And I know that's the case for the Czech Republic. As Prime Minister said earlier today, defense industry is not only the backbone of security, but it's also a driver for economic development. So building up your defense industry strengthens your economy. Ukraine has rebuilt its defense industry during the war, almost from scratch, always under constant shelling. Doing in days what usually takes years in normal life. Iron people of Ukrainian defense industry are doing miracle. So we finally got our industry strong enough. We call it zbroya. That's Ukrainian name for weapon. Also, this word is pretty understandable for Czech people. You call it zbranie. Today we can say we're capable to produce pretty wide range of weapon systems and ammunition, especially in new segment of unmanned systems, all types of drones, aerial, ground, naval. And we are ready to share our lessons learned with our strategic partners like Czech Republic. Together with your industry leadership, we are working on a number of projects that will strengthen both countries and finally Europe. Pretty soon, President Pavel would be visiting Kiev, meeting with my president, and working together on how we can make Europe stronger, building the arsenal of the free world together. Indeed, security doesn't come for granted. You have to pay the cost and be prepared. I was not prepared only once in my life. In the early morning of 24th of February 2022, when I woke up from the shelling, I still couldn't believe it's coming in real life. I kissed my boys, I've got 2 sons, kissed my wife, and I've gone to serve my country running railways. That day changed my life pretty much. I would never wish any one of you be not prepared. So support your strong leadership, build up defense industry, and be ready, always. Правда, а ласка мусить звитязить над лжи, а ненависті.
Děkujeme, pane Kamišine, a nyní bych se
Thank you. And now I would like to ask President of the Czech Republic, Petr Pavel, to take to the stage. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the past editions of this annual conference, we met here and talked mainly about the impact of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the impact on the world order, world order that formed the cornerstone of our security as well. But this year we have to continue these discussions, unfortunately. Discussions about the war that has been going on for the 4th year. And more and more, we're also talking about not only about the impact of the war as such, but also the impact of the elections in the US and what they meant for not only Europe, but the entire world. We can see the dawn of important changes to world security that will certainly redefine the strategic priorities and geopolitical relations. New era which casts doubts on many of our past certainties. And even though it is certain that big global changes do not happen overnight, but the change that we are standing before is sudden for all of us and too swift for all of us. But if we were to look back in history to calm ourselves, even the Greek philosophers used the term pantare, meaning everything is in motion, meaning that the only constant of our lives is change. And this brings me to the conclusion that the ongoing and upcoming changes, we shouldn't feel too uneasy about it, and we should take it as the constant of our lives. And we should think that the best way to handle a change is to be ready for it and prepared. And I am pleased to see that over the past days, weeks, and perhaps even months, under the influence of our US allies and the war in Ukraine, there have been intense discussions about the future security of Europe in the wider context. So not only the EU, but the entire European continent, including our own country. I think it is evident, and we emphasize it every time, that our main interest is to make sure that the security structure is built together with the US. Because the US, until recently, formed the cornerstone of European security. But today, we hear that things might change, and we should take it seriously. So, again, I would like to emphasize that our preference is to cooperate with the US. But if, for any reason, the US decides to go in a different direction, we should stand ready to react accordingly. I think that it is good that this pressure on Europe resulted in very intensive discussions across the EU how to adapt to this new situation. And I'm glad that the Czech Republic has been at the center of these discussions right from the very beginning, because I think it would be a missed opportunity not to be. And I would also consider it to be a resignation on our own security if we were not part of these debates. We have had a very constant opinion on this matter. As regards security in Europe, the first and imminent step is to continue supporting Ukraine so that it can achieve peace that would be just as possible, and so that Russia will not fulfill its aggressive goals and lead to the capitulation of the victim, because this would not bring anything good for the future peace of Europe. I'm glad that the Czech Republic is part of the coalition, of the emerging coalition of the willing, even though this coalition does not have any standard or set fixed format. But it's good that we can see such coalitions emerging so that they can provide Ukraine with the necessary military, diplomatic material, as well as financial aid and assistance. And I'm glad that it's both with the ongoing support of the US as well as without it. The Czech Ammunition Initiative is one of the good examples of how efficiently we can support the country that was attacked by Russia. And I'm glad that this initiative helped Ukraine to plan its operations, its military operations, that it could rely on the gradual supplies of ammunition, and that they will do so in the future as well. I've talked about the coalition of the willing, but there might be other forms of cooperation. There are some movements inside the EU. There are some movements within NATO. And I think it's quite legitimate to talk and discuss the positions of these institutions as well, whether their mechanisms are set right, whether their mechanisms are in line with the current needs, or whether they should be adapted. And by that, I don't only mean adapted in terms of defense funding, but also in terms of their decision-making processes, whether the decision-making processes are flexible enough so we are not paralyzed by them in crucial and watershed moments. As regards Europe, tomorrow, white paper on the future of European defense is to be published. And even though this white paper will not provide for a better future for us, I still think it is a step in the right direction, which will have to be followed by others in order to move the EU and the European continent towards a more efficient defense of our continent. The changes that are happening today do not concern only Europe and its security. They have global repercussions, and that's why today we need to focus not only on Europe and its security, but we also need to cherish our relations with our allies, regardless of whether or where they are in the world. So we can have partnerships with the Indo-Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, and or Japan, and other like-minded countries, because it is evident that not only democratic countries, countries in the EU or NATO, see that the current world order is a guarantee of their security. Because the current world order guarantees, even to smaller countries, that their voices will be heard and that their security is guaranteed, at least to a certain level. And if this world order were to change drastically, then all the countries would be endangered and threatened. And we can see that even countries which are on the other side of the globe are supporting Ukraine, be it Australia, New Zealand, but also Japan, for instance. And this is an evidence of the importance of the current world order. We can say that they do not have to care about one country somewhere in Europe, but we can see that they support it because of the principles that the world order stands on. When we talk about the trends in geopolitical changes, we have to say that geopolitical changes are not just a matter of large countries, but they concern every single person, every single one of us. And in this context, I would like to emphasize that I'm proud of how the Czech citizens reacted to a number of crisis situations, be it the war in Ukraine, which they condemned right from the beginning. They condemned Russia as an aggressor. They helped Ukrainian refugees during the first and subsequent waves of migration from Ukraine. But there was also another phenomenon, which is not that common elsewhere in the world, which is how much people collected in order to help Ukraine. I could name a machine gun or a helicopter recently. And our citizens, they gathered funds to buy not only this military equipment, but also to provide humanitarian aid and healthcare assistance. That is still ongoing today. I could say that each and single one of us is a member of a coalition of the willing. And by being members of these coalitions, so we let our views known, our convictions, and what we are willing to offer. We live in times that are very terrible and full of insecurities. And these insecurities take away our sense of stability and increase our awe and our attention. But these things can also motivate us, and we can see that in the EU, when faced with the war on one side and the pressure on the other, politicians are suddenly much more willing to strike a consensus, to reach a consensus on matters that looked impossible just a few months ago. And perhaps we should be able to cooperate better and to reach consensus on issues that are so important for us that we are willing to sacrifice something for them. Because the cornerstone of our efforts to increase our defense capabilities and the defense capabilities of Europe stand on the fact whether we will be able to agree on the definition of threats that face us, whether we are able to perceive the threats across the political spectrum, not to politicize, because this would endanger all of us in the long term. So this is the main precondition, that we have to agree on the risks that we are faced with. And also our willingness to face these threats in order to protect democracy, freedom, and all the values that our societies are built on, our way of life that we have and that we want to preserve for the future generations. We have to be ready to sacrifice something for that. And it doesn't have to be our own life. Even that might happen. But when I'm talking about sacrifices, I'm talking about realizing that in the situation in which we find ourselves, we will have to pay more for our security. And we will have to pay more for both our internal as well as our external security. We will have to increase the resilience of the entire society. We will have to improve our mechanisms of crisis management so that they are fully efficient, fully functioning for any crisis that might come. And in the case of in the worst case scenario, that we would be ready to hold weapons and defend our country with weapons in our hands. I often hear opinions that Russia doesn't have to be perceived as a threat, that we will strike an agreement one way or another and that we will do business again and so on and everything will be fine, and that it's always better to strike an agreement than to defend ourselves, because if we defend ourselves it will cause fatalities, and we do not want to have any fatalities or make sacrifices. We want to live in peace. But I think that when we hear these opinions, we should say right away that we do not agree with that. Because if we say that falling a victim and succumbing to pressure is better than fighting, then it will be very difficult to unite the society and find more funds for our own security. And if we do not want to take security for granted, we have to start acting, and we have to start acting now. And I truly believe that here in the Czech Republic, we can reach this agreement, and the same can be said about Europe, and we can start acting as adults. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Mr. President, thank you very much for your speech and for staying with us in the following minutes. So you will be together with us, part of what can be described as the family silver of the conference entitled Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, organized by Jagello 2000. It is a political debate of all the representatives of all the parties and movements that are represented in the Czech Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, it is quite clear that not only our security cannot be taken for granted, but also fair, open political debate in this format cannot be taken for granted. It is quite obvious from the past events. And that's why we are glad that the Prague Castle ball game room is actually attended by all the 7 political parties and movements. I would like to invite them in alphabetical order according to the names and parties. So first of all, I would like to invite Karel Havlíček, first Deputy Chairman of ANO and Deputy Chairman of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Parliament. Zdeněk Hřib, Chairman of the Czech Pirate Party and first Deputy Mayor of the City of Prague. Zbigněk Pavlačík mentioned today at the very beginning that we need to discuss security within the whole society and that we shouldn't reserve it only for the Ministry of Defense and Interior, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that's why I'm glad to invite Marek Výborný, Minister of Agriculture. From the Christian Democrats, then I would like to welcome Eva Decroix, Member of the Parliament. Both Eva Decroix and Mr. Hřib are here for the first time. On the other hand, the record holder in terms of the number of participating here is Tomio Okamura, Chairman of Freedom of Direct Democracy. Mayors and independents are represented by Senator David Smoljak, and then we also have a former chairperson of TOP 09, Jiří Pospíšil. Thank you, and please take your seats.
Je tradicí této debaty.
It is a tradition of this debate that each panelist will be given 2 minutes at the very beginning to define the priorities in the area of security and defense policy of the Czech Republic. However, it is also a tradition that this debate and this conference has an extremely rich program. So please keep in mind the time limit. The countdown is just in front of you. So the first one, describing the priorities in the area of security and defense policy, would be Karel Havlíček. The floor is yours. Hello, and thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I believe that the political priority is that we have to keep and strengthen NATO. And I am saying that very strongly. Perhaps you remember a year ago when I was here, I mentioned that our membership in NATO is the most important event in the modern history of the Czech Republic. NATO is irreplaceable. I do understand the activity of the coalition of the willing, but it's an illusion to believe that we will create a new infrastructure or command logistic organization or money that would be relevant or mirror NATO. Well, one thing is that you don't have to agree with government of one of the countries, but NATO is here since 1949, and our task is to keep it and to develop it. If we succeed, then it will be a step towards external security as well as towards improving internal security. We also have to keep that in mind from the point of view of human resources, talking about the army or the police. And we have to have funds. And I do not agree that we can use only debt. Of course, we have to earn money, and we need to have private sector to generate profits, and then the profits to be used. And then the third aspect is energy security, as It is not only about independence and diversity of resources, but also prices of energy, because this is the foundation for us being able to be profitable, earning money, and then use this money to support our army. So we should not fight for percentages, but we should spend the money in an efficient way, have good public procurement procedures, and purchase whatever we need. Thank you very much, Chairman Hřib. Thank you. All of us in this situation perhaps understand that the defense of our country, and this is the fundamental duty by the state for its citizens, understand that there will be a certain cost. We supported the joint declaration of the political parties with 3% of 2030 seems to be not enough and too late. So we added that it's at least 3% by 2030. And it is also using similar measures as Germany, because we still need to have something to fight for. We need to have a society that is based on cohesion, and we need to support also families and the society, as that is the basis for our welfare in the future. We also need to follow where the money goes. We need to support investments that are predictable long-term. We need to support domestic industry and also to cut down the red tape, although we want to make sure that it's under proper supervision. And the army needs to be an attractive employer. It's about people. We need to feel the internal and external security to be closely linked, as we've heard during the morning sections. And I will also comment on the energy security. The thing is that we need to be independent as far as energy is concerned, independent of dictatorships that support state terrorism. We need to decentralize our energy industry, and so that, learning the lesson from Ukraine, we wouldn't have a single point of failure. Russia is actually targeting the energy infrastructure as well, and we have to be aware that the climate crisis is also a security risk that will impact us in the future. Thank you, and I pass the floor on to Minister Výborný.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to this conference. To be honest, no one would have thought that in 2014, after the annexation of the Crimea by Russia, would have still kept dreaming and felt being asleep, and that we would not have believed that after Ukraine we still would not have changed anything back in 2022. It's very difficult to imagine that it wasn't our adversary who made us start changing our views on security, and that it was our ally, in fact. But it's good news that things are changing, that we are reevaluating, reassessing our priorities at both the national as well as European level. And I am convinced that it is indisputable that we will have to reassess, review our priorities. And perhaps in some projects, Europe was too ambitious and forgot to take and took security for granted. Today, the German Bundestag will discuss or will vote on the reform of the debt cap or debt limit, which is one of the things that could serve as an inspiration for us. Let's look to another neighbor, to Poland. Poland today gives 4.5% of GDP on defense. They are building an army of some 200,000 men or troops. And Polish counterparts can rely on the support of not only coalition partners but also the opposition. And we need to increase our defense spending in order to have the sufficient capacities for our army. And this all has to be reflected also at the European level when we're discussing the necessary reforms and priorities. Either we want to be free riders, we want to be stowaways, or we want to join our neighbors such as Poland or Germany or other countries such as France and the UK. Thank you. And now, member of the parliament, today, one important thing was mentioned, which is that the main priority and role of the country is to provide for security of its citizens. And if it's someone's task, it is the politician's task. And we here at this table should be fully aware of this task, of this requirement, because it has never been so acute as now. Because regardless of our political party, of our political affiliation, we have to ensure security to our citizens. And to survive and to succeed is only possible for those who are ready. And this it's closely connected to our Ukrainian counterpart mentioned, which is that he would not want for any of us to know what it's like to wake up one day unprepared. And therefore, I would like to thank all of you experts in the security sector for organizing this conference, because it is also this conference that helped strengthen our preparedness, our adaptability. And when I looked at this panel, and perhaps I'm one of the youngest here, and I will be a member of the generation who really was caught up unprepared. I was brought up in the times of peace when I did not expect anything like that possible. And we've had 3 steps to change it. Invest in defense, strengthen internal security, and never forget that prosperity and security are one, and one cannot be without the other. So we have to realize that our defense spending can also be a huge opportunity for our industry. Another important aspect is the change of mindset. Our thinking, the change of rules. We often hear about debureaucratization and deregulation, but it all starts in our minds, in our heads. Because for a long period of time we relied on our allies, but we have to know that we have to rely on ourselves, and it starts in our heads.
And what are the priorities in defense industry by Tomio Okamura? Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for every year's opportunity to say a couple of words at this conference, how we see a way forward to our security. Security of our country and our citizens will be based on peaceful cooperation with all countries in the world. I see security in the fact that our country will not actively participate in conflict of other countries. This is a model that is applied to many successful countries such as Switzerland, Austria, or Israel. Similarly to the US president, I believe that dialogue should be made preference or priority compared to war. Democracy and freedom is important. Democracy where the leading vote is given to our citizens. Politicians will not wage war against citizens because that's what the democracy is doing. The idea of government by fiala to fund war by loans is strange when the Czech Ministry of Defense and the army are not able to draw all the money available in its budget. We do not know what kind of army we want. In our political movement, we believe we should have an army that is ready to protect our own territory and citizens. That's why we need to change the concept of its weapons. First of all, we need to have air defense. The aim does not have to be to spend money on foreign goods when we are lacking 6,000 soldiers in our army, and the remaining need to use their money to purchase equipment and clothing. We need a well-thought strategy. Why, for how much, and how many? And I pass the floor on to Senator David Smoljak from Mayors and Independents. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I would say that the most important is for Ukraine to keep the eastern borders of Europe and to protect it from the Russian imperial policy, and thus protect themselves and also us. The second priority is to keep the international order as it was established after World War II, the principle of keeping the state borders, and I think that we should stick to this concept. And as for us, I believe that it's important to strengthen social and economic resilience of our society, including information resilience. And I firmly believe that we'll manage to keep what has been true for over 30 years, a dual system that makes it sure that apart from private media that fulfill a political or economic interest of their owners that could change overnight, as we could see how Twitter changed. It was quite a good platform, and it changed into something completely different overnight. Just to keep the information resilience by strengthening our public service media, whose task is to spread only objective and verified information. And it is extremely important in the world of growing chaos. So these are three priorities. Thank you.
And now, Deputy Jiří Pospíšil. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize for Mr. Ženíšek, who was supposed to talk here with you. So now you have to do with me, his deputy. So a few priorities of our party. For us, our priority is to keep NATO with the United States, but of course it is not only up to us, as we can see from the other side of the Atlantic. We can hear Elon Musk and others even talking about leaving NATO. That's why we need to strengthen collective security also in Europe, regardless of whether it's part of NATO or the coalition of the willing. It's too early to ask that. We have to wait to see what the US will do. But regardless of that, the EU needs to be, and Europe as such needs to be willing to invest more in defense, regardless of whether the US will stay in NATO or not, because it's evident that Europe, with only 2% GDP spending, cannot be strong enough. That's why our country, supports a gradual increase of GDP spending. It is a necessary and inevitable reaction to the existing world. No one is a warmonger. No one wants to have war, but that's the only way to avoid war. These investments have to be spent efficiently. That's another thing. We prefer investments in professional army. And we need to help Ukraine. If Ukraine needs is to live in peace, it needs to be a voluntary peace, not a forced peace. Peace forced on Ukraine from someone outside, because it wouldn't help security of any of us. So thank you for these main mottos. I would like to ask you to react to what you've heard. So is there something that you are fully in line with, you fully agree with, or something that you do not agree with? Well, perhaps I would react to what Tomio Okamura said when he talked about foreign defense companies. I would expect it from anyone, perhaps from anyone except for a senator or ex-senator from Eastern Moravia, a person who whose mother is from Bojkovice, the town of Bojkovice. And, you know, my mother is also from the town of Bojkovice, and we can see the Zeveta sign here, and they are from this town. And I'm not sure whether you know that, for instance, in the town of Luhovice, I go buy ammunition there. And these are companies that are Czech companies. So what we're talking about here is that we want to use the tradition of a defense industry that the industry has in our country, that we want to increase its capacities, because it will come in handy. And it needs to be done in a way that is predictable in the long run. Now, I'm not talking about just buying things from abroad. And perhaps a brief experience from me being a mayor of Prague during COVID, when we talked about where to buy the masks and how to pay for it. And I was also thinking about where to buy it, how to pay for it, and we're coming up with insane plans about, you know, buying a plane and flying it in from somewhere. But I must say that the main lesson that this global crisis taught me is that we should rely more on our own production capacities, because it turned out we do have production capacities for nanomaterials. So yes, I think the topic is clear. So perhaps Mr. Okamura could react.
Well, at the beginning, the representative of the Pirates Party said a lie, and my mom is actually not from Bojkovice, but Bystřice pod Hostinem. It's a totally different region. Bojkovice is elsewhere. So that just, illustrates his comment. You made a fool out of yourself. Why are you saying that if you are not right, if it's not the truth? Just now to the topic. No, it's just desperate when you look at the coalition in power, or the former coalition. I would respond, actually, I heard and I saw what Prime Minister said. He said he wants to be part of the coalition of the willing. That means that Prime Minister is thinking about sending Czech troops to Ukraine. I do apologize. That will be part of the follow-up discussion. I think that the question that was raised here by Mr. Hřib relates to the production capacity of the Czech defense industry. Well, Mr. Hřib said where my mama comes from, and he made a fool out himself. So just leave me to finish my thought. So we talk about extremely important topics. We talk about ensuring security and safety, but it actually went to a different direction. What I want to say, our movement is against Czech troops being sent to Ukraine. On the other hand, what we've heard from the representative of the government, they want to give dozens of billion. It should reach 30 million of crowns per year, and they want to spend it on armament. And we just cannot agree on that, because under the current situation, the Ministry of Defense is not able to spend even those 2% of GDP. I think that it should not raise. We want to have a modern and actionable army, but based on the current needs, based on what we need, sometimes more, sometimes less. And I believe that the strategy should be long-term, because the infantry fighting vehicles, their life cycle finished at 2015. I don't think this is a response to exactly what Mr. Hřib has said. And I want, well, he started with a nonsense, so please respond in 1 to 2 sentences. That's up to you. If you want to finish your response, do it. No, I have just finished, because it's he opened up a different topic. Okay, Minister Výborný wants to say something. I am not going to comment my colleague, because we have more important task to do. Under this situation, it's a huge challenge for our companies, for the industry. The logos are important here, and my colleague said it correctly. It's about the government. Any government is able to create the best conditions possible. In Poland, they are about to approve a deregulation act that will simplify strategic defense investment, and we could take it as an example and use it for us. And just you asked what we agree and what we don't agree from our colleagues. Perhaps I don't agree with anything Mr. Okamura has said, with the exception of the air defense, but it's a question for experts. What I think what needs to be highlighted now is that we need to create the environment in order not to be a free riders. The question is easy, and every single politician needs to ask this question and answer this question. Either it's the European pillar of NATO, or whether we call it a coalition of the willing, it doesn't matter what we call it. What is important is if we stay and ride for free, or if, and I heard a comparison, it's like a mama hotel. If that's the end, and we will take our defense seriously, that it will mean reevaluating our budgetary priorities and making sure that the strategic contracts can be implemented quickly. So let's complete this response, and Deputy Pospíšil wanted to comment on that. I agree with everything what Minister Výborný has said. I will just perhaps comment that there will not be space to be a free rider. The time when the European countries spent 0.8% to GDP, 1.1, in particularly the southern flank, this time is over. We have to explain that either countries will participate more and contribute more to their defense, and of course the investment must be reasonable and justified, an investment into their domestic industries, and these will be investments that will make sure that every single party sitting at the multilateral table will be able to say we do everything possible in order to have collective defense. So I think that the time of free riders is over, and that's how I interpret the words of the US President. I hope that we will have common defense together with US. The words of Elon Musk are scaring me, and I agree what was said here by Minister Výborný. It doesn't matter what we call it, whether it's the European flank of NATO or the coalition of the willing. It doesn't matter.
Let's look at the main questions, or the most pressing questions of the security area. I will ask you for brief answers, yes or no. The key topic of today's conference is defense spending. So the question is, are you in favor of increasing defense spending? And let's be precise. There is one specific plan, a gradual increase up to 3% of GDP. Are you for or against? Yes, I'm in favor, on the condition that these funds are spent efficiently. I strictly refuse that we are just chasing percentages, because if you're from the field, you sometimes know that 1% can be spent more efficiently than, let's say, 5 or 6% by someone else. That's one thing. Second thing, I refuse to give a blank check for someone who's in charge of the acquisitions or the contracts, if it automatically increases our debt, our public debt, because then it will be just, a chase about who will spend more. And I also refuse that we are fare dodgers or stowaways or free riders, if you will. The Czech Republic today has 1.8% GDP defense spending, because we should not include the F-35 there. But we increased from 1% to 1.4%, and the current government, with our support, increased it towards 2%. And if it turns out that there are more products or equipment necessary, and that we can all agree on, then of course let's discuss about spending more. But we cannot at the same time say that we will increase defense spending, or that we will increase environmental measures and at the same time also defense spending, because we cannot have both. If we want to have cheaper energy, we need to realize that it might be at the cost of these energies not being green energies or environmental energies, and then we can use the funds for, let's say, increased defense spending, of course, under the condition that the Czech industry will be involved, and not only just on paper, but that there will be added value, and it will generate new job opportunities. Mr. Hřib, you've mentioned this question partially in your speech, and yes, I wanted to apologize to Chairman Okamura. I mistook Bystřice pod Lopeníkem and Bystřice pod Hostinem. I really thought your roots were in the Bojkovice region or district. I thought that there could be at least something that we had in common. Now I see we have absolutely nothing in common, but yes, I apologize. And it's true that you were a senator for the district where important companies have the seat. But we all can agree that this is not a crucial question of our security. Yes, but back to your question. As I've mentioned at the beginning, 3% and 20% is too little too late. We don't have that much time. And efficiency is of utmost importance for us. So we hope that the army knows what they want, and it's the role of the politicians to make sure that the funds are spent efficiently. It's not just about spending the funds, spending the money. That should not be the only objective, because when we looked at this matrix or this matrix in EU grants, then instead of building motorways or highways as in Poland, we built lookouts in valleys or lookout spots in valleys. So we should focus on spending the funds this year and next year, which means that we will have to borrow the money. There's no other way. And eventually, Mr. Havlicek, if you do not want to create debts, you should not have abolished the super brutto wages the way you did. Okay, 3% GDP spending.
Is this the right step, or too little, too late? Unlike Karel Havlicek, I say definitely yes. And it seems based on the goals that the summit of NATO in June is going to be identified, that's not going to be enough, and we wouldn't be able to stop at 3%. No one will doubt efficiency of the money spent. It's quite clear. And we cannot talk only about contracts, but about contracts for the human resources. We need to have an army with a sufficient number of members, strong reserves, and we also need to spend money on them. And I am talking as a Minister of Agriculture, because if there is a conflict, a lot of professional army will go and help to allies outside of our territory, and we need to protect the crisis or emergency infrastructure, the strategic infrastructure, and also we need to have a strong part of the reserve. So we need to have that. And yes, and we need to cover that by increasing the budget. So 3%, yes or no, Eva de Croix, or 3% will not be enough, as mentioned by Karel Řehka. I think that 3% is the first positive step. We know that there is going to be a NATO summit in Hague in June, and 3% or any other number should be just the means, but not the final result. The result should be to have an actionable army and the Czech state ready to protect itself, not on its own, but as part of an alliance, whether it's NATO that we should support. And I'm glad to hear from Anno that there is the political willingness not only to raise the funds, and 3%, if SPD says that's a big raise, it's because we stay in NATO, it's not a steep race, because if we wouldn't have these relations and if we would take care of defense just on our own through some sort of volunteers, then the percentages would have to be much higher. 3%, yes, but it is the current situation at the time when the Czech Republic is still in the state of peace, and thanks God to that. And we have to think about how we are able to fulfill our objective. Today in the morning we heard, yes, first of all, it must be public money, but we have to also involve private money. And then we are not going to talk about 3%, but about the goal or about the objective, and that is to have an army that is able to defend ourselves. Mr. Okamura, is the way towards 3% of defense spending is correct or not? I think that Czech television viewers actually see that you cannot have a proper discussion with the government. Well, SPD has never said that we should make sure that the defense will be ensured by sort of volunteers, and the only solution here is to change the government, and that will happen in autumn. Today, the Czech Republic spends for its defense 164 billion, and you suggest 300 billion. That's a steep raise. That's why I suggested in the parliament to have a public debate in front of the citizens where you want to get the money, so that the citizens are informed about your plan. And you rejected this point on the agenda. But I believe that the citizens or should know why the money doubles. And I want to know where you can get the money. So we heard about the new relaxed rules, budgetary rules. Then, there was somebody saying that 6,000 soldiers are we missing the army. We don't have garages for the new equipment. When you actually calculate the number of soldiers leaving the Czech army and the recruitment, do you know what is the difference? 184 plus. That's the result of you managing this ministry. The state of the Czech army is very bad. You are not good at recruiting, and people are massively leaving. And for that, you want to purchase lots of technology and equipment. And I go back to what I have said at the beginning. If you have a good, reasonable structure or business, if you have experience from the private sector, and I have, you have a clear plan, a strategic plan, what and how and when you want to do. Not that you just purchase things and then you do not have the basic equipment for the soldiers or for the troop, that you do not have logistic. But the most important thing is that you are buying equipment. So our plan is clear. We are open to constructive debate, and the objective must be modern, strong, actionable army that will be trusted by the citizens and will be able to protect the territory of the Czech Republic and the Czech citizens. And please stop attacking me. This is not an election campaign. I came to a technical debate, and although I'm not an expert, it should be based at least on some expert information. So please stop doing that.
Jaká stejná otázka?
Mrs. Smoliak, the same question. I agree and I support it. I don't think that we would know where or how to invest these funds because, as we know from our own army officials, so wherever we look, stuff is underfunded. So there are ample of opportunities how to spend these funds. So I don't fear that we wouldn't know how to spend it efficiently. I personally think that at the highest level we will stop discussing who should place what stamp where, but we will focus more on strengthening the defense capabilities, including our reserves and including the human capital in our army. Deputy Pospíšil. For us, it is the art of the possible. The gradual increase will hopefully make sure or ensure that the money is spent wisely and that we will not be increasing the debt, the public debt, because the public debt is also an important topic for the top 09 parties. So hopefully the gradual increase will be possible without buying or financing it all through increasing the public debt. But perhaps the discussions in NATO will turn out that the defense spending will have to increase even further. And as a citizen, I am quite optimistic that the key political parties actually see eye to eye in this topic, and that even Mr. Havlicek actually, even though on condition, but did agree on that. So this is a good sign for me as a political veteran. I think that if something was mentioned here, the most frequently was that even the highest sums and the best technologies will not save us on their own. So, Mr. Havlicek, are you also in favor of starting at least a theoretical discussion on conscription? Well, it depends on what you mean by that, because if we pretend that we will reintroduce conscription, it's just an illusion, because we did have conscription or compulsory military service before the Velvet Revolution, and it meant that we had an army here that actually still wasn't able to handle everything, and in some areas it might have been even counterproductive. So today we have professionalized army, and yes, it is faced with problems. We have 450 active troops, and we have to left and I'm sorry, for 150 troops left, and we have to look for the reasons why, and we need to increase recruitment, and recruitment premiums are not enough, so we have to look for new ways to attract new people, young career-minded people who would be able to use AI, top-notch technologies, people who worked abroad, people who, if they serve in the professional army, will also have better CV, even if they leave the army, and will look for a job in the private life. So it's also about marketing. We have to attract, we have to increase the attractiveness of the profession, and recruitment fee is not enough. We have to create better background, maybe accommodation and other things. So do I understand it correctly that under these conditions, even the mere discussion on the compulsory military service, on conscription, is irrelevant? No, I think that today we don't even have the infrastructure for conscription. So let's professionalize further our current professional army, and at the same time, let's support the voluntary or the reserves regime. But, I think that it's populistic to think that we could reintroduce conscription at this point. Do you agree with that, Mr. Ship? Yes, I think that good defense should stand on a highly motivated army, highly motivated troops. So we need to enhance the manpower of our army We need to make our army an employer of choice. And of course, it's about money. Although not only about money. There's a wide array of possibilities of voluntarily be participating in our army, and perhaps we could strengthen these activities. We should also strengthen marketing. I know that the army is focused on these activities, but we should enhance them even more. As regards conscription, I don't think there is a possibility at this point to reintroduce it. We wouldn't even have the capacity in terms of barracks, in terms of training facilities. Perhaps we could say that currently the army is understaffed, so it would be even a problem to find the necessary personnel for the recruitment. So we should emphasize more the voluntary possibilities of participating in the army, as well as the professional army. And as was mentioned before, the external and internal securities are joint vessels. So we do not need a larger pie. We just need to slice it in a different way. So we can see it here in Prague. If we introduce recruitment fees for the city police officers, then they steal away from the state police officer. So we need to find an efficient way to have a motivated army.
Minister Výborný, we are not talking about reintroducing conscription. We are still talking about opening the debate. That's how I understood it. Well, the basis would be the professional army. There is no doubt about it, based on the new alliance commitments. It will not be enough to have the current existing capacities and heading towards 35,000, although it might seem too ambitious, must be part of the costs that we've been debating. Second, what I consider to be also of great importance is to have reserves. I believe that, as it is often introduced or not, the question shouldn't be like that, because the debate will always be stopped at the very beginning. It's not a yes or no question, as it is often presented in debates. I believe that sufficient active reserve is something that we desperately need, and in case of conflict, we need to protect, for example, our water infrastructure as strategic systems, and for that we will need the reserves. And I think it's time to start a political debate on how to build and develop these reserves. And there are lots of options available. Why should we reinvent the wheel if we can get inspired by other European countries? There are active reserves, some voluntary service, so there are options available. But if there is a question whether to start a political debate or not, with full responsibility and awareness of the existing security situation, and being aware of the task that we have, and that is to ensure protection and security of our country, I think that we should ask this question and open up this debate, but not by yes or no, because it will be the end of the debate at the very beginning, but try to look for forms and ways how to have the important professional foundation, but also to have reserves that could be, if need be, used. And I say it fully aware as being also part of the reserves. What is your opinion? Well, there are two actually aspects. Well, political debate in the year of election is very difficult. And secondly, if there is obligatory military service, this term is for many people linked to memories of past, how efficient or not efficient it was. So perhaps I will reword the question. Should we have a debate in the society whether we are ready and able to participate in the protection and defense of our country? But isn't that the same question? Yes, but a different connotation. I think that then we are, if you ask any person, then the discussion will be totally different, because it's not a political debate, and we heard it in the morning, what we would have. Well, we first need to find a political consent, and we also need our society, our citizens, to feel that security cannot be taken for granted, but that security is a task for all of us. And just the idea that the state can be protected only by a professional army in cooperation with active reserves will never work. And that is based on something that is close to me. Every single one of us should be able and willing to take the responsibility and be able to take care of herself or himself, and to be able to protect their family, knowing some basic things about what to do in case of blackout, what to do in case of some emergency situations. This is exactly what is debated in some other countries, and we are not having such a discussion. What to do during the first crisis, what to do, how to do it. And this political debate is not about the 3%. It's almost free of charge. But it's very important, as if the question of security and protection of the state is based on the army that will take care of it and the state will take care of it, then we will never be able to face it, because it's linked to the resilience mentioned by the colleague. And if this question is asked in this way, then we will perceive it totally different. And one small question. When I asked recently the citizens during the contact campaign what is their opinion about increasing defense spending by the government, they all agree in principle, because they are all afraid. And only a couple said no. Well, they said, well, if we are alone in that it doesn't make sense. We would have to do it all together in Europe. And I think that if you ask people in the streets who are not interested in politics, they are afraid and they don't follow the political debate because we are able to go away from tactical solutions to other things.
Máme si otázku po zavedení.
Chairman, should we ask this question even during election year? The SPD party does not agree with the introduction of conscription, but since we know we don't have active reserves, we are in favor of a voluntary course in the length of some 6 or 8 weeks, based on voluntary approach with active role of states. We could perhaps discuss the payment of health insurance or reimbursement of lost wages, so that people are motivated to participate in this 6 or 8 week long active course. And as regards the defense spending, we think that defense spending should be based on the needs, not by fixing it to a percentage of our budget. So it should be in line with our strategic projects, which is currently not the case. So some years it might be more, other years it might be less, and then perhaps more, depending on how these projects are implemented. Yes, I think we all understand that, but let's come back to conscription, reintroduction of conscription. The fact is that currently we don't even have the capacities for that. But the SPD party is against the reintroduction of conscription. We don't have barracks, we don't have training centers, we don't have infrastructure, we don't have the necessary facilities. And if someone were to reintroduce conscription, it would be tens of thousands of people each year who reach the age of conscription, and there are no capacities for that. So, no, I don't think it's even realistic. And still, our party is not in favor of this, is against it. But we do have a constructive alternative in the form of 6 or 8 week long voluntary training. Senator Smolyak, your view on conscription, or perhaps the view of the Stan party, the mayors and independents. I think that in the future nothing should be concluded. I'm sorry, nothing should be excluded as an option, because we can see that we live in turbulent times, and who would have thought months ago that our key ally would start to turn their back on us? So you never know what happens in the future. But currently, I don't think it is plausible, let alone feasible. And I think we have other tools at our disposal than the reintroduction of conscription. So I wouldn't exclude it as a possibility in the future, because you never know, but I don't think it is currently possible. And perhaps we could increase active reserves, make the active reserves more attractive for people, maybe spreading awareness among the civil population regarding how to act in cases of emergency, what to do. So these are things in which direction, or these are the directions in which our efforts should be headed. And yesterday I met representatives of various initiatives, and we discussed the turbulent times that we lived in. And I asked them for their opinion, and they said, do not give up. And that's what we should remember. We should not give up. Mr. Pospíšil, Deputy Pospíšil, well, my view is similar to the view of colleagues. We are not in favor of reintroducing conscription at this point. We can discuss it, debate it, but I think perhaps it would be a wasted time. I think we should focus more on increasing the number of professional troops, of increasing the manpower of the current army, professional army, so that the army becomes an employer of choice. And as previous speakers mentioned, these are the topics that responsible political representation should discuss. But at the same time, I liked what some colleagues mentioned, the term resilience of civil population, of civilians. I think this is very important, because we cannot say that we will have a professional army, we will invest more in our professional army, and that's it, and the rest of the population doesn't have to care about it. So we should have a discussion on this topic, and we should try to make our civilian population more prepared and able to react to emergencies. And I think this should be the cornerstone of our future debates between individual political parties.
Thank you. The coalition of the willing, yet another important term. And I will remind you the words of Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who says that the coalition should prepare concrete plans to ensure the safety of Ukrainians on land, in the air, and on water in the event of a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia. It is the British Prime Minister, together with French President, who are talking about sending out armed forces to ensure peace in Ukraine. Mr. Havlíček, is the Czech Republic, or should the Czech Republic be part of this coalition of the willing? And if yes, in what form? I'm afraid a bit about this exodus of all sorts of coalitions. I think that whenever Donald Trump says something, then suddenly, you start hearing about coalition of the willing, or the courageous, or of those ready or prepared. Nothing against preparedness, courage, or will. But let's not create parallel ecosystems or infrastructure. And I go back to what I have said. NATO is irreplaceable. I didn't say NATO, I said ANO. It's so encoded in me, but it sounds good. ANO, yes. NATO is irreplaceable. I think you understand me. I do understand that it's fundamental. I do understand that there are changes in the government, that sometimes you agree more, sometimes less. But let's not have this taken away what we have since 1949. So let's not call it the European flag or something specific. You know that the European countries have difficulties reaching agreement. It's logical. It's 27 different countries at the level of the EU, and when they agree on something, it's complex. Within NATO, it's an alliance that is based on a slightly different principle, based also on the principle of solidarity, and that's really important. So let's be courageous, let's be willing. But definitely, let's not question NATO. And although, someone can argue we are not questioning it, but on the other hand, there are hints from the US. Yes, there are hints, but there is reality. And the duty of every responsible politician is not to allow this happening. And let's try and strive for getting and achieving more strength and benefits. But if the US state, we do not want to be part of open guarantees in Ukraine, doesn't it give space to coalitions of whatever name you want to use for them? Well, we are used to sort of commenting on every single day what is happening in the negotiations between President Trump, Zelensky, Putin, and others. They have a certain tactics. We know that it will be extremely difficult, that there will be emotions involved, and then Trump has a different negotiating power with respect to Ukraine than with respect to Russia. He has selected a certain tactics, and we might like it or not, but let's wait for the finale. And then we can comment what will happen, or we can discuss what to change or what our position is going to be. But I think that because of certain alibism, it's not clear. Well, if we talk about security guarantees, if there is a peace agreement or ceasefire agreement, the question of guarantees is of fundamental importance. We had the Budapest memorandum, so these were also security guarantees, but then it turned out that the value of these guarantees is not even the value of the paper on which the memorandum was written on. I would want to see to have all these activities based on the European pillar of NATO. That's why we added to our joint political statement, or statement of the political parties, that we want to be allies of the US. But then it very much depends on how the other party will respond. And we have to look the truth into the eyes. We have to stand on our own feet. And if this preferred procedure based on the European pillar of NATO will not be possible, then we have no other option but to have a coalition of the willing or something like that. And the Czech Republic should be part of it, because we have to. Because we are perhaps not the first one, but the second one. And let's be open. The question is what Slovakia would do if it happened. So we have no other option. So I would like to remind you of the topic, Minister Výborný, the coalition of the willing and the position of the Czech Republic. I think no one doubts here, and I would support it. No one doubts the role and the position of NATO, and I would warn that, being affected by the developments of the past few weeks or months, we have to build parallel structures. It's not the case. The role of the US and the current US administration is clear, and that quite surprisingly for somebody, and it could be a wake-up call for somebody, that certain things will be different and that Europe, that relates to Europe, needs to be more active. It might be a positive piece of information, and that is related to the answer to the question, yes. If it relates to guarantees with respect to Ukraine, then the Czech Republic has to, and it's a strategic and security decision. We have to be part of such a coalition, although it will be within the framework of NATO. I don't believe that we are always in agreement with all the members. You know, when you take Turkey, Hungary, UK, USA, Canada, it's never like a coalition against NATO. No, it's not like that. And for the Czech Republic, being part means that we take seriously our own security. And it does not mean that we will somehow put it aside, and that the US, and I would warn against that because it could have grave consequences for everybody.
We have to take into account and also reflect on the busy schedule of our esteemed guest, President of the Republic. So please, if you could be raised, he's leaving.
Děkuji. Budeme pokračovat v naší diskuzi.
Thank you, and we shall continue to Member of Parliament, Mrs. De Croo, and the Coalition of the Willing and the role of the Czech Republic. I think the message was clear. NATO is irreplaceable, and the Coalition of the Willing is for those who want to do more. And therefore, a country in Central Europe, like the Czech Republic, a country that remembers what it's like to be left alone. So I think Coalition of the Willing is a great honor for us and a possibility for our voice to be heard in Central Europe. And if within the Coalition of the Willing we manage to keep Russia as far from our borders as possible, then of course it is more pragmatic, cheaper and more logical than to let Russia closer. So yes, and it's connected to what was mentioned here before, that you know, there are some goals that can be achieved through diplomatic channels. So this is the example where we could use diplomacy. We could let our voice heard. We could continue discussions about security guarantees for Ukraine, which would be also beneficial for us, given how close to our borders the conflict takes place. So what about you, Mr. Chairman? Do you think it will be to our benefit or not? Well, Fiala's government accepted our membership in this Coalition of the Willing, and it is the coalition of those willing to provide and send arms to Ukraine. And I think that when we look at France, Britain, Canada, it's a coalition of countries that want to continue the conflict in Ukraine. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I have the same opinion as President Trump. I think that dialogue should be given precedence. Our priority, the priority of our country, is to prevent a third world war and to stop the killing in Ukraine. We in SPD think that we should not be involved in this Coalition of the Willing, and we refuse the deployment of our troops in Ukraine that is being currently discussed. And Prime Minister Fiala has confirmed that the Czech Republic is a member of the Coalition of the Willing, and the possibility of deploying our troops in Ukraine is being discussed. So we promote a V4 format, and we promote strengthening our own capabilities and security forces. But I think that the Coalition of the Willing, when we look at the election or voter preferences of Fiala's government, I think that you should slow down a little bit and leave or discuss these substantial things with the opposition as well, because you are leaving the government this year. You are done this year, and there will be new government, and you should start discussing these things with the opposition. And it is not just about external security, it is also about internal security. We use only 0.6 GDP on our internal security, and we are missing bunkers for 90% of our citizens. So this is the mirror to your government, Prime Minister Jala. So you want to increase defense spending, but you forget about fundamentals like bunkers for our population or the equipment of our army and so on. Senator, so also a question for you regarding the coalition of the willing. And since you're a member of the coalition party, were the opposition consulted when you discussed this possibility?
No, what is the fundamental thing? In the EU, we got ourselves into the blind alley as we have the requirement of unanimous vote. So now at every EU Council, everybody is kneeling down in front of Hungary and appeal to Hungary not to veto our joint conclusions or try to persuade him to go have a cup of coffee so that they could adopt the conclusions without Hungary. I think that this is just that's it. The cup is too full, and that's why there are certain countries that decided to go for the coalition of the willing. It's a solution of this emergency situation, because we prepare the projects for the times of peace, not for the times of war, and to avoid the possibility of having the Trojan horse of the Russian Federation in the European Union vetoing our joint conclusions that, the coalition of the willing is the only possible solution. There is an advantage to it, as it allows you to involve other countries, UK, Turkey, Canada, and that definitely supports the coalition of the willing. I personally believe that if the coalition of the willing, or if it turns out to be good, that we won't have coalition of the willing for the common agriculture policy or for decarbonization, because that would lead to fragmentation of our joint efforts. But in this particular area, it's something that is logical, and I'm glad that the Czech Republic is part of it, as it is sort of something that precedes the sort of multi-speed Europe that is becoming almost a reality. And if it happens, I hope that we will be part of the integration core. So, Deputy, will the coalition of the willing actually be successful and prove to be successful or not? Well, I welcome the activity of the Czech Republic in this, because it corresponds to our position with respect to Ukraine. We are an ally of Ukraine. We have our own initiatives, such as the ammunition initiative. And when we see that it is in the Czech defense interest for Ukraine to remain a strong, independent country, then we have to do everything in our efforts not to agree to a peace by which Ukraine would be demilitarized and lose 20% of its territory, thus giving space to Putin to restructure his army. And if we are not able to deal with that within NATO, that we believe it's the primary platform, because, for example, such peace would be supported by advisors of the US president or by the US president himself, then we, the rest of us that believe in certain values, and it's in our security interest, have to do everything possible in order not to leave Ukraine as a sort of country that is much smaller, that is demilitarized, because that would be a threat to Central Europe. And this is what I saw in the Oval Office when President Zelensky was there. And I would love to see NATO being the coalition of the willing. And, we'll see if America sees or takes a different position when they see that how Putin is responding to the proposed peace. But we want to be in the position that we want to achieve peace that is acceptable by Ukraine and that will lead to strong Ukraine. And it's not only because of the values, but because of us. Now, Minister Výborný and Mr. Hřib, please limit yourself to 1 to 2 sentences so that we have space for the questions from the audience. Well, frankly speaking, the defense of Europe will be based on the UK, France, then Germany after Friedrich Merz became the head of the state, and also others will join in, and it's based on NATO, and I believe that the Czech Republic should be one of the state.
Tam teďka úplně jako nesedí, ale
Well, I think that despite the UK, I think the moment that the coalition of the willing is the only way, then I think it should be an impulse for us to think about the internal functioning of the EU and the need of unanimous decisions in the area of defense and foreign policy, because we cannot function like that in the times of crisis. And the way to go is to have closer European integration in these areas, in foreign affairs and defense. So, question for the public, Mr. Koudelka. Director of the Acquisitions Department of the Ministry of Defense has a question. Good afternoon. Thank you for quite a consensual discussion with the leaders of political parties. I don't have a question, but perhaps a comment. Since 2012, I've been the section director of acquisitions, division of acquisitions. I have 220 colleagues who purchase most equipment for the military, from boots all the way to supersonic equipment. And my signature is under contracts in the volume of almost 400 billion Czech crowns. I'm a loyal public servant, so I will stay away from any political comments. And I very much appreciate the support of the former President of Defense, Mr. Metnar, and the current Minister, Mrs. Černochová. But recently, I must say that I'm quite worried by some comments from the opposition that at the Ministry of Defense there's some shady business going on, that people are stealing, that the public procurement and the tenders are not transparent enough, and the taxpayers' money are wasted. This is unprecedented because the Ministry of Defense and the army are being attacked, are under attack. That is absolutely unprecedented. And even though we are trying our utmost to ensure security of the Czech Republic and its citizens, I would like to assure everyone that at the Ministry of Defense there were no frauds under Minister Metnar, and the same applies to Minister Černochová. And when I hear such accusations, I must refuse them, and I consider them very degrading and offensive offense to my colleagues who are very busy in these difficult times. At the same time, these declarations can also disrupt the functioning of our cooperation with the defense industry, which is at a very good level. And for me, as a public authority representative, I must say that during every meeting with the defense industry, I always tell them how important they are for us, and it also casts a doubt or a shadow of doubt on my division of acquisitions. And currently, our cooperation with other member states is of key importance, and it could damage our cooperation with our counterparts in other member states. Of course, not everything goes as smoothly as we would hope. It is not possible, especially with regard to the volume of contracts that we make and the number of people that the member of staff that the ministry has. And I would like to emphasize another thing. I very much appreciated the decision of Minister Metnar, who in 2021 had the will to conclude the agreement for Shorat. And I very much appreciate Minister Černochová for pushing through two more strategic contracts, one for F-35 and one for other crucial equipment, and both of these contracts will significantly improve the combat readiness of the Czech Republic. I must say I very much appreciate the work of my colleagues at the Ministry of Defense, the section of acquisitions, and we are very closely watched by the public. And sometimes it's very difficult to achieve acquisitions that make sense. As I have mentioned before, I'm not a politician. I do not want to comment on the politics. I'm a humble public servant, but I would like to ask the politicians to have their political fights among themselves and do not involve us, the public servants, who want to stay away from politics and who are trying to do best for the Czech Republic.
So thank you very much. As you can see, we have a couple of last minutes for our discussion. Please be very brief. I think that the first one who wanted to respond was Karel Havlíček. Yes, thank you. I wanted to respond to the alliance with the US or NATO, as was mentioned here several times. Mr. Grzyb said that we are the first there, and it's always linked to Ukraine and Russia. But please, in the US, they see it differently. For them, the Ukrainian-Russian conflict is not the only problem. And of course, that is also relevant for NATO. The coalition of the willing is one thing, but within NATO, you need to deal with the problem near China or Middle East or Iran. There are many issues that are priority for NATO, and that US today behaves slightly different doesn't mean that we should somehow go away from them. I think that there is no worse administration than Biden's administration. That's my opinion, but it doesn't mean that I wouldn't deepen transatlantic relations and that I wouldn't believe that there will be further development. We have only 3 minutes left, so let's give space to others. I think that Mr. Okamura wanted to respond, just 1 to 2 sentences. No, I didn't raise my hand. It was the colleague next to me. I would just like to add on the attacks on the army. Well, you know, we have many people who vote for us and who say, well, let's not generalize. I know so many soldiers that are not happy with the current government and with the current Minister of Defense. I'll just add, Well, we would agree we want to have a modern army that is able to go into action with good equipment so that the troops can be proud of being part of army and the Czech citizens are proud. I do apologize for wrongly assessing your stare, but yes, there was a hand raised by Minister. Yes, if the US see the war in Ukraine differently, does not mean that we have to have a different point of view. I do understand that their viewpoint will be different, but it's up to us. And we have to take that into account and not related to the US. I would like to thank what we've heard from the representative of the Ministry of Defense. The huge difference between the Czech Republic and Poland is whether we are able to support our army, our defense industry, and there is unity there with the opposition, and we don't see it here in our country. And then we see what we could see in today's debate. I do apologize, there is no space for further comments. Our time is up. And now I would like to ask Mr. Pavlacik, Chairman of Jagala 2000, to deliver final words. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sad, but we have to conclude our conference. I would like to use this opportunity to thank all the representatives of the political parties from the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Parliament. I believe that this is a fundamental political debate. Thank you very much for staying with us. Although today it was for the first time without coffee break, we couldn't offer it because we had a busy agenda. So hopefully we fulfilled the creed that it's the 12th year, but it wasn't boring or just ordinary. So unfortunately, you couldn't go for a coffee break, but traditionally we are offering to you a glass of wine that is hosted by Ray Service in cooperation with Mr. Gabriel. So we are looking forward to our conference in 2026. Thank you very much.
Svoboda, nezávislost a bezpečí. Naše země je součástí nejsilnější obranné aliance na světě. Jsme připraveni bránit naše spojence, stejně jako oni jsou připraveni bránit nás. Společně chráníme více než 1 miliardu lidí. Jsme spojenci. Jsme NATO.
V minulosti, současnosti, budoucnosti. Doma i daleko za hranicemi. Bráníme svět, jaký znáte. I my bráníme svět, jaký znáte. Potřebujeme každého z vás. Každého, kdo ctí tým a cítí zodpovědnost. Nebuď jen obyvatelem, staň se občanem. Jsme studenti Univerzity obrany. Chceme bránit svět, jaký máme všichni rádi. A dokážeme to. I ty se můžeš stát jedním z nás.
We are NATO,
Une alliance de
an
pays
alliance of like-minded countries.
On attaque contre
An
une
attack
marque
on one of
et on
us
attaque
is an
contre
attack
l'autre.
on all of us.
Somos soldados.
We are soldiers. Diplomati, diplomats.
Și reacționăm la criză.
Crisis responders. We are NATO.